All good?
Just want to test the height.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah.
How's it? My goodness.
Likewise. It's good to see you.
Goodness, you dear.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yes. Shall we get started? Can you hear me at the back? Good, good. Good morning. Goeiemôre. Molweni. Siyavuya uba lapha phakathi kwenu namhlanje. Khululani ityas kusekhaya nalapha. It's wonderful catching up with some old friends. Some I didn't expect to see here, but really so good to connect with again. For those that don't know me, my name is Di Hornby, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Rhodes. So after months of planning, the 2024 International Community Engagement Conference is here. At last. This is the 8th conference to be held in Makanda since 2015. We started out by having a small symposium, and every year it's grown a little bit more. And this year you really took us by surprise. First of all, by responding to the call for abstracts in the way that you did. We probably got double the number of abstracts in this year than we've ever had before. And then you created us a wonderful problem. We couldn't fit into our old venue at Amazwi because we only had 2 breakaways. And so we moved up to the monument here at the National Arts Festival, a beautiful venue that can accommodate the sector in its fullness. So for us, this week is about celebrating the sector coming together. I think your response to the call for abstracts, your response to attend the conference is just so significant of how the sector has grown, how we're putting up our hands and being counted, and how we're wanting to get together to share in order to build this body of knowledge that needs to be built in order to stand firmly as a core function of higher education and an emerging discipline. In fact, I'm going to drop that emerging now and just call it a discipline. So we're so delighted to have you all, and more delighted that you responded in the way that you did to the call. So today, what we have for you this week is we have 70 presentations, and of high quality, I'm sure you will agree with me. We have 3 dialogues. We have over 23 universities presenting. That's not all who are attending, just presenting. 17 from South Africa, and a further 6 international universities. Some all the way from the UK, Uganda, Tanzania, the United States, Kenya, and Uruguay. So, a wonderful collection of passionate people in the room today. Just before we get started, a few logistical arrangements so you can find your way around. We have 2 program directors that are going to walk the journey with you over the 3 days. The one is Dr. Renee Oosthuizen. Renee, can you stand and wave so everybody knows where you are? A big wave, a big wave. Yeah? And Tandi Ngowana. A bigger wave, a bigger wave. Good. Then at the back, we've got the registration desk, and there you're going to find Christina, Annie, Nozi, many, many people that can help you with anything that's troubling you. So please go and check in with them if you need some assistance around anything. Early in the mornings, we'll have a coffee station on the Yellowwood Terrace overlooking Makanda. So once you've registered in the morning, come a little bit earlier and make time to catch up with people on the terrace and have a cup of coffee. To keep you hydrated, you've seen a bottle in front of you. Now, we're also trying to be environmentally friendly, so we're going to only give you 1 bottle a day, which you need to top up with 25-liter containers on the Yellowwood Terrace. So don't throw your bottle away. And then the bathrooms are downstairs on the first floor. Go down a floor and you'll see the bathrooms are there. And that's all from me, and now I'm going to call up our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Mabokang Monapula Mapesela. She's our DVC of Academic and Student Affairs, and she's going to do the welcome for us today. Prof?
Program Director, I'm not sure which one to acknowledge, since there'll be 2 of you. Director of Rhodes University Community Engagement, Rus, Ms. Dana Onbi, and your team. Our keynote speakers, Dr. Petiwe Matutu, CEO of USAF, Dr. Suleiman of the Gift of Givers, Professor Kiet, Deputy Vice Chancellor Engagement and Transformation, Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Morales, Executive Director, Carnegie, Elective Classifications of Institutions of Higher Education in the United States of America, Professor Menoni, Universidad de la República, UDELA, Mr. Flores, Development Sociology at Cornell University, Dr. Noma Kwezi Mzilikasi, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnerships at Rhodes University, Emeritus Professor Peter Clayton, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnerships at Rhodes University, all conference presenters, community partners, colleagues, students, good morning. Good morning. That is better. Welcome to Makanda and to Rhodes University. Namkelekile nonke eMakanda lemona Rhodes University. Realiamuhela. The theme of this year's conference, community engagement and the trajectory of community. University-society relationship, past, present, and future possibilities, is profound, thought-provoking, and very ambitious. I'm deeply humbled to welcome you to this community engagement conference, which symbolizes, celebrates, and acknowledges not only the long transformative journey of community engagement, but most importantly, the great community engagement work done over the years by our scholars and community partners in the country and beyond. These are brave people who dared to venture into a discipline or an area which many people still grapple to understand and embrace. You have chosen to belong to this important community of practice, which is working towards a transformative, impactful academic project through community engagement. I applaud you for your conviction and determination and the significant strides you have accomplished to date. The conference is a fitting way to acknowledge the history and the humble beginnings of our community engagement. It is a space for celebrating, showcasing of your efforts, achievements, great milestones, and impact of university community partnerships. It is a space to share ideas and create work that engage researchers, community partners, students, policymakers undertake in this area, not only in South Africa, but in Africa and elsewhere in the world. This is an opportunity to generate new ideas and celebrate the discovery of new theories, models, approaches, and methods of engaging. It is not only a celebration of the corpuses of theory and strong partnerships built to this end, but also a celebration of formal structures established at our universities, policies, community engagement offices, community engagement positions for academic and support staff, innovation hubs, service learning programs, faculty, community engagement committees, to mention only a few enablers, intended to offer support and guide a better understanding and pursuit of community engagement. These structures provide an enabling environment and culture for faculties and communities, ensuring that academics gain a better understanding of community engagement, that researchers develop engaged scholarship, community partners collaborate with universities to share their own knowledge and build engaged scholarship towards developing sustainable futures. In South Africa, community engagement was officially recognized as one of the three important pillars of higher education in 1997, when the Education White Paper 3, a framework for higher education transformation, was promulgated. This year, as we celebrate our young democracy, we also celebrate the significant milestones that universities in South Africa have achieved in establishing community engagement as a key aspect of the academic project. Amongst other things, we celebrate great strides that universities have made in bridging the distance between themselves and their local communities. Today, we celebrate engagement and not community service, as it was called in the past. Rhodes University has a lot to celebrate this year. We are celebrating a remarkable milestone, 120 years of existence and resilience, of unwavering commitment to excellence in teaching, learning, research, and community engagement. We also celebrate our community engagement division under the leadership of Ms. Guy Hornby for growing community engagement at Rhodes University in leaps and bounds. I'd like you to clap for the community engagement division. We are truly proud and honored that we have our community engagement team. They have done sterling work. This huge conference that has drawn scholars from all over the world is one of the examples that one can quote. And while today is not about Rhodes University, but about all of you, please allow me to share a few great milestones that will benefit not only our institution, but many community engagement scholars in the country and beyond. The first is the establishment and launch of the African Journal of Higher Education Community Engagement in November 2023. And secondly, the development of a postgraduate diploma in higher education community engagement, the first in South Africa, if not in the world. This academic program has just received accreditation by the Council on Higher Education. While we can celebrate these historic achievements and commend many universities and engaged scholars for their unwavering efforts to build the corpuses of theory, to establish engaged scholarship, and bridge the distance between universities and their local communities, more work remains to deconstruct the ivory tower ideology and improve how we engage with communities for better impact and public good. We are also not oblivious of the fact that community engagement is still being sidelined and misunderstood by many within universities who define their relationship with communities as contributor-recipient relationship, them being contributors of knowledge, while the communities are perceived as empty vessels lacking any form of knowledge. I therefore urge you to keep questioning the agency of universities and academics. Question yourselves and the roles you play, not just as community partners, but as members of those communities in ensuring their long-term sustainability. You need to ask questions about how community engagement can become a truly integral part of the academic project. We must keep imagining our engagement towards better connectedness with our communities, social responsibility, scalability, and high impact and sustainability. Our role is to keep exploring what it really means to function at the nexus of the three core functions, something that has been misunderstood for decades by many who think community engagement must be done in isolation from teaching, learning, and research, or that community engagement creates additional work for academics, or that community engagement is a mere contribution made by universities to poor communities. Please use spaces such as this conference to promote a better understanding of this nexus, help foster a strong nexus, and help build a rich body of knowledge underpinned by relevant conceptual theories and praxis that are critical for advancing community engagement and the holistic development of our students as well as the society. Our understanding of public goodness of a university and our transformative role and social responsibility must change, especially in a system of higher education that is in continuous transformation, a system that exists in a country fraught with problems that threaten the well-being and sustainability of its people. As we celebrate the 30 years of democracy and community engagement in South Africa, let us confront the realities of the unfinished promise of transformation that is forever becoming, of an unequal society and continuing inequalities, unemployment, and poverty. These challenges compel universities to reimagine how they do things, how they undertake the three core functions of a university, and how they do community engagement in particular. I welcome the efforts of all the speakers at this conference, your efforts to elevate, give prominence to, and further legitimize community engagement and scholarship of engagement. I applaud the diversity of sub-themes and papers. In particular, I applaud the efforts to develop quality standards for community engagement, led by the CEO of USAF, albeit being at the embryonic stage. I also acknowledge the calls for universities to understand their role as anchor universities. I acknowledge all our international presenters and the collaborations that are being established beyond our borders, our local communities, and traditional universities in our country. As we go into the future, let us accelerate our community engagement efforts, continue to demystify any misconceptions that hinder progress. And this is the time to tell a good story about community engagement, about its genesis, milestones, impact, and futures. I want to end by asking the question, what good is a university that is unable to respond to the problems of its locality, to use its tools and structures, its curricula, the knowledge it generates, its human and intellectual capital to address local problems? Please ask yourself the same question as you engage during these 3 days. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. And please do take time to get to see our small but beautiful city of churches. Thank you. Gelebua. Enkosi.
Good morning to all our distinguished guests and scholars who have joined us this morning. My name is Disetso Kwanda Ntlapo. I am a politics honors student here at Rhodes University, and I am also a student leader in the Rhodes University Community Engagement Division. And my task today is the great honor of introducing the very first keynote speaker of our conference. Our keynote speaker for today is a former visiting professor at the Center of Race, Education and Decoloniality at Carnegie School of Education in the UK's Leeds Beckett University. He was also the 2018 Marsha Lillian Gladstein Visiting Professor of Human Rights at the University of Connecticut. He has served as a Director and Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the South African Human Rights Commission and on the Commission for Gender Equality before joining the university sector. Since entering the higher education field, he has held professorial positions at the universities of Pretoria, Fort Hare, and Free State, and has worked as a transformation advisor and practitioner in various capacities in the sector. His university work seeks to merge practical experience and experiments with the vocation of scholarship, executive management, and strategic leadership. Working relationally in managing complex and dynamic work spheres and networks, he pursues the interplay between friendship, politics, love, and justness to guide his praxis on higher education transformation, democracy, and human rights education, decentered critical university studies, and the nexus between university, science, and society. Serving as the Research Chair of Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation, please help me to extend a very warm welcome to today's keynote speaker, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Nelson Mandela University for Engagement and Transformation, Professor Andre Keat.
The public debate over the nature of universities, so scholars claim, is imaginatively stunted. There is a thinness, so they say, in our contemporary thinking about the university. The imaginary landscape of the idea of higher education is rather empty. Imaginative ideas of the university are in short supply. Then there are others who say that the university is a criminal, key in an emerging form of global racial capitalism, rather than an innocent institution for the common good. As a criminal, neoliberal, and neo-colonial institution, the university should be abolished and reinvented, plastically exploded, annihilated, as the Undercommoning Collective is arguing for. As such, we should refuse the university. The university's criminality is derived from two sources. First, it functions within the broader matrix of socio-economic exploitation, steered by its attachment to a modern colonial imaginary. Second, the practices ensuing from this imaginary undercut the transformative capacity of the university, thereby eroding its social justice capabilities. On top of this, the university is also a corrupt institution, from its foundations built on slavery in North America and elsewhere, and rooted in the racist sciences of Europe, to modern-day cultures of fraud, perversion, and predation in South Africa and beyond. In this, we are all entangled. No one is innocent. But the university is also inherently transformative, as are the academics, staff, and students within it, and the communities in whose name it exists. And because of this capacity, the university can be remarkably responsive if it chooses to do so. It is on this interplay between responsiveness and transformation that my talk is focusing, with reference to engagement, epistemic freedom, and institutional culture. Friends and friends, conveners and colleagues from within and beyond the Academy, and the great organizers of this event, many thanks to Dai and Margie for this generous invitation to this conference, no doubt the premier gathering on university engagement in South Africa. The program, wide in range, substantive in depth, is a feast. Thanks to the Rhodes University executive team and others for supporting this conference, as well as the organizing teams involved in various aspects of the events. The welcoming remarks by the DVC was just brilliant and heartwarming. It sets the platform for great discussions to emerge from this gathering. Let me also extend our appreciation as a sector to Rhodes University and its communities for the leading role it plays in the engagement arena and for advancing the scholarship of engagement. We are certainly richer because of this work. Many thanks to all of you who have taken the time to attend as well. Of course, our own university's philosophy and work on engagement under the leadership of Bruce Darmons has also generated energetic interest in the sector as well. Work done by many universities present here across the system also suggests a new spirit of engagement. So I am delighted to present to you today within the context of this new spirit and energy. This address is based on a chapter that Mutwa and I put together, as well as some of the observations I made at the Tau conference last year. In addition, I am drawing on my current work on racism's knowledge, i.e. that knowledge belongs to racism, as well as on some work on epistemic othering, work that I have done in 2014. I also work with a number of young people in these fields, Klangi, Luan, Jenny, Daniela, Norbu, and others. Their work at Insight and informal engagements are spread across this talk, so it does not belong to me myself. For this particular theme, Mutwa and I suggest an interplay between engagement and transformation as a proposition and provocation that attempts to disclose that which, for the most part, goes unthought of in our sector. That is, real, authentic transformation and engagement presuppose the puncturing of the standard and conventional character and orientation of the university, for which we are yet to imagine alternative options. On this basis, we can envision a university whose structures and agents are both outwardly and inwardly engaged, a university that draws from its strong community-university-society interface for resources through which it can advance its institutional transformation project. Thus, for us, engagement and transformation co-constitute each other. This is not the standard way, as the DVC said, of imagining the university or the institutions in our sector, though it was intimated more than 2 decades ago in the work of the Council on Higher Education already. So the interplay between engagement and transformation is not a new proposition. It just never ever took shape in the way that we thought it should. Rather, immersed in the over-proximity of engagement, transformation, decolonization, and social justice rhetoric within and outside our universities, higher education actors and the academy are misreading the task at hand as simply extending and endorsing the contemporary emerging forms of the university and higher education systems. That is, we argue that the same university should simply be better and bigger. It should be agile and flexible, but it should be similar to its old structures and forms. And this is perhaps the first set of mistakes. That is, we think of the same university to be more engaged, not of an engaged university as a different institutional form with a distinct institutional character. Why is this the case? Because, as Sharon Stein argues, we are invested in the privileges of the university in its current form, which organizes not only our ideas and institutions, but also our desires and our perceived entitlements, often in ways that are unconscious to ourselves. In line with this argument, the literature on engagement in South Africa itself hardly ever suggests shifts in the character and orientation of the university and its academy, because our imaginary is steered by an enduring investment in a colonial habit of being within the university. And herein lies the reproductive and seductive power of institutions by which we are structured. But even as we are structured, we have the agency to work against our own structuration. For this reason, we thought of offering the engagement transformation interface conceived in the form of the transformative, responsive university as a feasible and doable option for reimagining the university in new ways and by which its dominant character can be questioned. In this, we argue in the direction of emancipatory articulations of epistemic freedom, engagement work, and institutional cultures. Given the interest of this conference theme in the evolving idea of engagement, it may be useful to make a few historical remarks in this regard. This was also done by the DVC in her welcoming remarks. The notion of transformation that emerged during the first decade after apartheid was shaped by the double challenge of our higher education system, the country's apartheid legacy, and then, of course, the processes of globalization that engulfed the world from the 1990s onwards. We suggest that a 3-tier conception of transformation has since developed within the sector. 1, large-scale reconfiguration of the system. 2, responses to global and local processes and influences. And 3, social justice and human rights programming. The first tier relates to the post-1994 focus of the South African state on policy constructions to pave the way for the restructuring and development of society in order to deal with the multifaceted and depraved inheritance from the apartheid era. Such all-encompassing processes and interventions touch the entirety of the public sector machinery, from the hospital and the prison sector, but also the private sector during the first decade of democracy. The second tier relates to the global forces at play that have had a direct impact on higher education, change and transformation, massification, internationalization, globalization, advances in information and communications technology, together with the macro funding challenges of the sector, are some examples. Whereas the first tier is organized around the principles of equity, redress, quality, access and democratization within the context of a new social order post-1994, the second tier is associated with steering global, regional and local forces within which the system is entangled. The principles and concepts of the first two tiers thus addresses themselves to systemic changes within a sector influenced by global forces in the aftermath of apartheid. The third tier, which is our weakest, mobilizes the language of human rights, non-discrimination, equality, cultural tolerance, and a common commitment to a humane, non-racist, and non-sexist social order. This angle relates to how the institutional culture, programmatic, relational, pedagogical, and knowledge endeavors of the university may facilitate transformation processes within and outside the university. This tier, which is linked to the orientation and character of the university, has hardly been a focus in ways that are directly transformative. Similarly, the notion of engagement, and in particular community engagement, is a topic well traversed in the South African higher education literature. It is an overarching phrase used to denote a range of frameworks of praxis at the community society university nexus. Given the wide-ranging typology of these practices, there is general agreement for an inclusive classification of engagement activities and orientations, from scientific innovations, knowledge transfers, and socio-economic development, to advancing social and solidarity economies across a range of contexts. These may, in a variety of ways, align with the triple helix model, university business government, the added fourth helix, media and culture-based publics, or the enlarged fifth helix, society and the natural environment. Bree suggests that the academic literature on community engagement, and this she wrote in 2017, stretches barely back more than 20 years. And that over this period, a conceptual movement and shift, also noted in the welcoming remarks, from service to the community to engage scholarship took place as an integral part of teaching, research, and knowledge production. That particular axiom is well established within the work that we are doing as engagement practitioners. The notion of scholarship of engagement represents for Preece one of two dominant definitional frameworks. So you have three tiers for transformation and three definitional frameworks for engagement that I am trying to bring together here. The second tier that she refers to is linked to the Carnegie Foundation, which introduced the term engagement as a substitute for the now less popular notion of service and outreach, and defined engagement as university community collaboration for the mutually beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources in the context of partnerships and reciprocity. Also a notion that is well accepted within our spaces. The third, not so dominant. So you have the third tier of transformation, not so dominant in our space. Now you have the third definitional framework of engagement, not so dominant. So you have two Cinderella conceptions coming together here. The third, not so dominant definitional framework, according to Preece, endeavors to position the community-university relationship as a direct and ethical contribution to knowledge creation within a social justice framework. Here, according to Hall and Tandon, which is also authors and practitioners use within the Roos space as well, the idea of knowledge democracy can be located based on three principles. Acceptance of multiple epistemologies, affirmation that knowledge is created and represented in multiple forms, and understanding that knowledge is a tool for taking action to create a more socially just and healthy world and for deepening democracy. Now you can see how these third conceptions with regard to transformation and engagement are coming together in our imagination of the responsive transformative university. But despite these conceptual movements within and around the notion of engagement, Priest argues that the dominant form of engagement is the one that is discursively, conceptually, and pragmatically trapped within an orientation of charitability and philanthropy. The circular meanings now for both transformation and engagement are thus apparent, I hope. That is, despite critical work in these areas, our own literature and assessment of programmatic work suggests that we struggle to escape an equity compliance notion of transformation on the one hand and a charitable messianic notion of engagement on the other. No doubt, there are many examples, and the program shows this, across the sector that break free from these conceptions, which is a great source of energy for the work that we do. The notion of engagement adopted by a university has, if this logic is followed, a profound impact on its character and thus its institutional culture and vice versa. That is, an equalizing openness to an other outside will most definitely contribute to an openness to an other inside, thus changing the relatively enduring quality of the organization which is experienced by its members as institutional culture. Thereby, of course, the interplay between engagement and institutional culture is being argued for here. There is thus a real possibility that the deeply embedded patterns of organizational behavior as a definitional framework of institutional culture and the shared values, assumptions, beliefs, or ideologies that members have about the organization may shift in alignment with the university's ideals and ambition for engagement. Now just think of it like this. If you have the three major mandates of the university, and learning and teaching didn't do this for you, neither did research, innovation, and internationalization, shouldn't we then rely on a massive investment in engagement to allow us the opportunities for transformation within this sector to emerge much more stronger and, of course, also to change our institutional cultures as well? So if we accept this logic, then the well-established idea of knowledge democracy within the engagement work and literature does not only have transformative potential for the university in the direction of social justice, which we are all striving for, but also for the university's culture itself. So knowledge, democracy, and epistemic freedom share conceptual coordinates. They have a theoretical kinship as notions that we deploy from time to time. Because of this theoretical and conceptual kinship, it is impossible for an ambition and drive for epistemic freedom not to impact institutional culture and not to impact the engagement orientation of the university. Now, this notion of epistemic freedom has been around for a long time, and some trace it back to the work of Hegel in the 1800s. But recently, of course, Glovo Kacheni published a book that positions it as contra-hegemony, the freedom to think the world outside the singular as imposed from the European metropole. Epistemic freedom, thus, is essential for questioning and challenging colonial narratives, ideologies, and systems of knowledge that have historically marginalized and oppressed certain groups. By promoting this type of freedom, the project of decolonization seeks to empower individuals to reclaim their narratives and histories and ways of knowing, thereby challenging and transforming dominant colonial paradigms. Here again, knowledge democracy, epistemic freedom connect with one another, and via various kinds of conceptual acrobatics, connect with the project of decolonization as well. If you want to take it further, of course, to the deeper project of engagement within our universities. So in essence, if epistemic freedom is a fundamental aspect of decolonization and engagement practices are rooted in knowledge democracy, then engagement practices has a decolonization responsibility to fulfill as well in the way in which some of our work then unfolds. But this particular decolonization demands, in a Derridian sense, a form of knowledge hospitality, specifically unconditional hospitality, open to a knowledge that you do not yet know. So there is no judgment to a knowledge that may approach you. So this particular formulation of knowledge is open to advance various kinds of knowledges that are not disciplined within the university space as such. And this is the kind of knowledge democracy that colleagues within the engagement space are talking about. But epistemic freedom is also much more than academic freedom or the freedom to do as you like, but rather an injunction on the academic to actively emancipate knowledge and knowledge holders unconditionally. Okay? Knowledge and knowledge holders. Just think of those communities in whose name we do the engagement work. And this is the key task of the engaged university of the future. A gathering like this will need to advance these tasks, as we move ahead. But there are also wide-ranging conceptions of and ideas about the university if, we just go back to my opening remarks. Now, amongst more than 20 different conceptions, from the entrepreneurial university to the developmental university, I would like to limit myself for the purposes of this particular keynote to the engaged university that envisions an equal exchange between academy and community, which is rooted in a mutually supportive partnership, the civic university that is actively engaged with the wider world as well as its local community, and of course drive at participation, and the responsive university, which is attuned to societal needs as formulated by communities themselves. And that is just another type of definition of epistemic freedom or epistemic emancipation. But also the literature suggests 6 genres of responsiveness employed by university, and this list is by no means exhaustive. But I'm only going to mention 2. The one is social responsiveness, which ties into the idea of the responsive transformative university, which is a broad conception application of the notion of the social, including the idea of corporate social responsibility on the one hand and social justice on the other hand. Sometimes the two work together, sometimes they are divorced. Second one is epistemic responsiveness, tied to curriculum renewal, knowledge production, and broader knowledge trends, which of course is one of the key focus areas in spaces within which we work. Reflections on these conceptions of the university, its responsibilities and genres of responsiveness suggest a growing thoughtfulness about the society, university, community nexus. So I do think that the field has come a long way. There is a sophisticated, growing thoughtfulness about this particular nexus, which we will have to write up in one way or the other, because our sector has come a long way as far as the community engagement conceptions and practical expressions of it are concerned. So there has been great shifts, over the past 3 decades. For those of you who have been working within the engagement field for years, you will know that. There's a different spirit, there's a different energy, there's a different conception, different practices emerging. And if we regard responsiveness as that which responds to the needs of communities as articulated by themselves and co-constructed by and within universities, the ability to hear, and hear metaphorically speaking, to hear these articulations, to hear when an epistemic foreigner speaks, requires deep institutional transformation. It's not if they have not been speaking. It is the incapacity of the university to hear the voices that was the challenge, okay? Now we have to get better at that. And getting better at that is the work of transformation. Hence the responsive, transformative university. Yet we may need a different vantage point from which to imagine this new type of university, because if we simply reimagine higher education from where we currently stand, we will likely continue to imagine and create more of the same, as Sharon Stein has argued. So to imagine would require to enter a different platform for thinking. And so her intervention, so she says, is oriented by the imperative to denaturalize the epistemological and ontological categories and assemblages that enable higher education as we know it to exist and persist. If we fail to identify and unravel these assemblages, which include ourselves as an assemblage, the academics, practitioners ourselves, if we fail to unravel these assemblages so that we can see ourselves a bit more clearly, then it will be difficult to create an old space for other possibilities to not only emerge, but also thrive. And this particular challenge around knowledge democracies, which does not simply refer to the projects around IKS, but also the different forms of survivalist knowledges that people generate, even epistemologies of oppression, epistemologies of suffering, by which people make sense of their lives, that have different epistemic contours than the professional knowledges, that we are used to. But because of the hegemonic higher education field imaginary, it delineates our interpretive analytical schemes to assign particular notions to engagement and transformation, and these are generally expressed within a matrix that confers legitimacy on our common practices and pursuits and embed them in a normative scheme. Just how difficult it was, for instance, to break free of the normative schema of engagement, over the past 30 years was one example. In the case of engagement and transformation, such a matrix has constructed and entrenched conservative ideas and located them within a normative scheme that is palatable to the system and our individual selves. We can live with it because we have made it palatable to ourselves. And that is a benevolent, charitable empowerment conception, the empowerment of an other, conception of engagement, and an access, equity, compliance-driven understanding of transformation became justified, rationalized, and normalized, and are thus falsely presented as being progressive from a social justice vantage point. You can look at any of our universities' annual reports. That's how we report. We report transformation from an equity, access, compliance point of view, and we report on engagement from a benevolent, charitable empowerment point of view. This imaginary is made up of the collective norms and working assumptions and self-understandings that we have as practitioners that serve the reproduction of the system. And this happens not because we are bad people, because we are willfully malevolent, or because we're trying to do things that we should not do, but because our imaginations are locked in certain ways of thinking the task of the university. It is very, very difficult to think the university otherwise. In the South African context, this particular interpretive horizon is powerfully structured by racialized and heteropatriarchal polity and higher education systems. The unequal distribution of human worth linked to socioeconomic status and the neoliberal and capitalist regimes of accumulation that constitutes us and thus the university as such. Thinking about and promoting the notion of the responsive transformative university can, I argue, mitigate the challenges of a dwindling public legitimacy and trust in the sector. It can also be a mechanism by which we may rethink the character and orientation of the university. And there are 4 organizing principles that Mutu and I suggest for this. The one is, it is better to acknowledge that we are steered by a modern imaginary with different sets of sensibilities, in the main, middle-class sensibilities, steering the way in which we make life within the university. Just acknowledge that. And then from there, of course, determines how the meanings of transformation, engagement, equity, equality, excellence, development, good governance, success, and access, how they are then constructed by this particular imaginary, because then one can more or less see whether there are connection points or contestations amongst our self-understanding and the kinds of objectives that we are trying to pursue. Because these notions, they do not occur as an objective matrix of intelligibility, but as an ideological fabric that determines the meanings of the concepts that continue to serve the ongoing reproduction of the system. The concept of excellence is a very good example. So is the concept of rankings. Thanks for Rhodes, of course, for having such a great stance against that. Second, to challenge this imaginary is to unravel the assemblages of which I speak earlier, which of course presupposes undoing the practitioner self. The engagement practitioner needs to be undone, and so the academic practitioner as well. It is very strange for the academy and for academic practitioners to want to undo everything else except the self, which of course is part of the reproductive machinery of the university itself. Because it is by challenging ourselves, of course, whereby the transformative capabilities of the university can be enhanced. But in that, of course, we will have to work also on the psycho-affective dimensions of radical change within universities that constrain the emergence of this type of university that we have in mind. Third, the new university should be rooted in an interrogative self-reflexivity. And through that, of course, explore how we may position the university as poros. It's another form of arguing for epistemic freedom, which is also drawn from the work of priests. So instead of being ivory towers for community engagement, how can the university reconfigure its idea of borders and boundaries to connect better with the communities and the society in whose name it exists, of course? And it's not detached from critical inquiry, of course, because we also have to be critical of that kind of work as well. But it requires ways for the university and community to gain new understandings in a reciprocal relationship of what change may mean and how the university can exist as a citizen in a neighborly fashion with the communities in the context of the nexus that has brought us together here as at this conference. To regard the university work as porous is to work towards a university without boundaries. And this process of working without boundaries will then provide for the conditions of the co-creation of knowledge, because the knowledge requires pathways for entering the university without being professionalized or without being disciplined, because the act of disciplining itself is an ideological function. And so that when we say intellectually porous university, it also allows us for the co-construction of those knowledges that are not part of our imagination of the university. The notion of interrogating self-reflexivity in writing and literature, which I take from Epper and Jenkins, propose a way of developing a critical ontology of the academy. First act of critique is a critique of the self as a prerequisite for establishing the porous, responsive academic, and through that, of course, work towards the porous, transformative university. This reflexivity focuses on how we impose meanings in this instance on communities, how do we impose meanings on communities, and the ways in which we fail in our impositions. And because we can't read the failure, we find it very difficult to avoid ontological violence in our engagement with communities. And so we should pay attention to the dangers to trespass, to moments when one threatens to violate the sacredness of an other's existence, or threatens to identify with another's experiences and claim it as one's own. Okay, those are the dangers, which is very, very difficult to be attuned to, because in the academy we do not have a deep form of reflexivity. So these kinds of reflexivities is not only set aside for the project of engagement, but also for the project of transformation. And so the fourth principle, which is related to interrogative self-reflexivity, is the precondition for change, and that is critical self-knowledge at an individual and institutional level. A self-knowledge that can guide us through imagining a new university. I find it very interesting, and the literature is full of it, that is, universities actually are not very good at knowing themselves. Neither are academics very good at deconstructing what it is that they're actually doing. Of course, what they claim they do and how they claim they look and what they actually do are two different things as well. And this is where one of the key work of community engagement needs to come in, is to build that kind of humility that's required for a form of self-reflexivity, build a different type of university. So as I move towards conclusion, the UNESCO Chair and Partners Forum will later this year in Addis Ababa host a seminar on transforming knowledge, and argues that knowledge is key to radically changing course towards a more just and sustainable future, because knowledge is that what gives meaning to the world around us, shapes our understandings, and guides our actions. Okay, right? That is settled, we know that. Yet, so it further argues, dominant models, our existing models of knowledge generation, so it's now about models of knowledge generation and knowledge validation and knowledge distribution, and ultimately the use of knowledge can no longer respond effectively to the intersecting multidimensional crisis we face today. If it could, we would have been in a different space, planetary and otherwise. So there is something wrong with knowledge production, knowledge validation, and the distribution of knowledge and use. So we require different ways of thinking through the transformative response of university, how these different transformative aspects of knowledge itself can come into being. Additionally, there's a need for the reformulation. This is the task that we have at hand in this conference, Dai and colleagues, is the reformulation of the public dimension of knowledge and innovation, particularly its implications for education and development on our continent. So for us, as engagement practitioners in the knowledge business, the task of reinventing knowledge is crucial, linked to the knowledge, democracy, and epistemic freedom that we spoke about earlier. Where else, if not in our work, will these tasks be undertaken? In the working paper of the forum, Mbembe calls for the acceleration of a new planetary consciousness that recognizes the interdependent relationships that human beings have with the environment, the need to combat racism, and draws on all our archives of the world, including African systems of thought. This redefinition of the world that is presupposed by a redefinition of the university, and of course by a new planetary consciousness, is dependent on the type of community, university, society, relationship we are capable of imagining. The concept note for the conference is spot on. I think, in arguing for critical reflections in relating current experiences to prior knowledge, perceptions, and historical events, and the fact that knowledge will have a significant impact on future possibilities for community engagement, specifically with regard to epistemic justice, social justice, and the cultivation of humanity in South Africa and the rest of our continent, to paraphrase the conference concept note. We thus have a very special ethical responsibility, I think. So not only are we called upon to work with a disciplined knowledge by which communities are generally framed in the negative, that is the ideological function of disciplining knowledge, and that is to create an other outside of that disciplining process, generally in the negative. But we also have to work with our collaborators to fight for the epistemic status of different forms of community knowledges. In the 2014 paper, Epistemic Undering, I propose to view the decolonization of knowledge as the collective processes by which disciplinary practices are successful in working against the inscribed epistemic injustices of all knowledge formations. And we have to accept that all knowledge formations, no knowledge is innocent. No knowledge formation is innocent. All knowledge formations requires a critical eye. Even those that we will drive from the archive, of millennia ago. All knowledge formations have different forms of justices and injustices inscribed in them, okay? So the notion of incompleteness for me is very crucial here. So following Bataille, I believe that at the limits of reflection, the value of knowledge, it seems, depends on its ability to make any conclusive image of the universe impossible. The value of knowledge depends on its ability to make any conclusive image about what we do impossible. That is the task of learning, the task of the discipline, the task of our work is to reveal in the way that we work how incomplete we are, how incomplete our knowledges are, and how incomplete it will remain. It is in the incompleteness of knowledge and the subject that the possibility thrives in incompleteness. It is our responsibility to remember that it was the complete subject. And here I quote Liz Lange when she argues in her review of intellectual traditions in South Africa, ideas, individuals, and institutions, to turn the lens of critique onto ourselves, our practice, a speculative idea who can shift and change as we debate and as we discuss it. But we believe at the present moment, in terms of our own speculative analysis, that at the interface of the responsive, transformative university lies the, what one can say, the fertile options for reimagining the university anew. I wish Rhodes University a happy 120th anniversary. Please enjoy this wonderful event and gathering. Many thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Keet. And I think just reflecting on both what you and Madam DVC were talking about, both of you actually emphasized responsiveness. And as both of you were talking, it made me think of, and people that know me know I always say this over and over again, but Prof. Chris Brink, a South African mathematician and academic, he wrote a book called The Soul of the University. And in that book he says universities have to ask themselves two questions. The first is, what are we good at? So at Rhodes, as a research-intensive university, obviously we're very good at research and publications. But he's saying the main question to be asked is, what are we good for? So yes, we the best when it comes to publications and research. But how does that bring about change, or how is it responsive to societal challenges? So both of you really emphasize that. And Prof. Keet, I never thought of knowledge hospitality. So you've also taught me something new now. That's very interesting. And thank you for sharing your thoughts on a new spirit and energy of engagement. We still have time left, so we'll open the floor for 3 questions and we'll see if there are time after that. So 3 questions. Can we just by hands? We have a roaming mic. Questions, thoughts? Yes, thanks, Kathy. 1, any other questions? There's 2 there, and a third one. Okay, we'll go with the 2 so long.
Prof. Keith, thank you very much for a very insightful and thought-provoking presentation. I was just wondering, in terms of not just how the university itself, imagines itself, but perceptions from outside about university and from society and communities about what universities are and should be and their role. Is there an influence there? Is there a rethinking that possibly needs to happen outside of the university itself about what a university is and should be?
Okay. Okay, thank you. It's not on. Is it on? Okay. Thank you very much, Prof, for that insightful presentation. If you don't mind, I'd like you to elaborate on the criminality of universities, especially post fees must fall. And then any ideas of the whole notion of the critique of self, you know, how as academic we can engage on this path of really critiquing self, because I think that's where it starts. It's so easily to be, like, to go with the flow, but I think for me, the core of what we do on a daily basis is the constant critiquing of self. If you can elaborate on those 2, thank you.
Morning. My question to Prof. Kit is, how do we possible decolonize a university? Because a university, we must understand it as a migrated social racist structure that doesn't belong in Africa. So then where do we start? How do we decolonize something that doesn't belong to us, doesn't represent us, is not symbolic in nature, in form, in character of us as Africans? And secondary to this question, I want to understand as well, with the view that social sciences itself is imperialism, it's conquest. So how can we then decolonize even those things without taking them back where they come from and try to reconstruct them in our own views? Because now we are just going with what we are given without creating what we can and what we want, what is symbolic and looks like us. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Of course, very challenging interventions. So I'll chat, and then of course it's not going to be answers, but I'll share what I read the questions to put on the table. Yeah, in fact, on the soul of the university, the chapter I was referring to was published in the follow-up book of Chris Brink, actually. So that's a very good connection that you made there, Doc. And then yes, of course, the first speaker. I think that the university, in the way it's being perceived as a university, is something that we will have to defend once we have established what this particular new orientation of the university would be. And I do think that there are some, what one can say, characteristics of the university, like for instance being a social critic and a social conscience of society, is like the broader acceptable idea of what a university should be, and that should be defended. I think that the university, that's probably globally, the university sector is one of the most stable social sectors in many societies, even including in the South African society, in many parts of our continent as well, and even in the global north as well. Very, very important ecosystem of social institutions, which of course, without which the society won't be able to survive. So very important. So even when I critique the university, I critique it from that particular point of view. And so the university needs to be defended, but not defended in the context of trying to recuperate a university that was good in the past, but recuperate a university as something that must emerge from the future, okay? The better type of university that must come from the future. That's actually one of the big challenges in our field of study that we have. And that is that scholars think that there was a good university somewhere in the past, in all parts of the world, that we will have to retrace to think the university anew. Our argument is that that university has never existed. That university needs to be built as we move along. But in good, I'm more or less not talking about a university that is so bad that one should, think it out of existence, but more or less the university, as Claudia would say, the university that can manage its own criminality a bit better. No? So universities are very, very poor at that, at identifying its own complicity in the challenges that the world is facing. Planetary challenges is one of those. No? Many of these developments came through different sets of knowledge innovations. The interfaces with the industrial military complex, if you look at the universities in the global north, the various ways in which universities has, of course, advanced not only racist science, but racist ideologies within knowledge formations and all those. No? So there's massive criminalities within the university edifice. No? But, as our Department of Corrections will say, the university can be retrieved from that form of criminality as well. So the university in the post-fees era, in the context of, perhaps, Claudia, you say perhaps the promises that it couldn't deliver on with regard to what that era bring to us, there is a different set of complex relationships that are emerging there as well. So we will have to think the university, and this is where I think that the new era of thinking the university is going to come from its third mandate. Both in terms of its public legitimacy, but also in the way in which it can retune the idea of learning, teaching, and knowledge generation as well. It will come from its third mandate. Many of you would know that I also regard transformation as the fourth silent mandate of the university in any case. So that's where that work will come from. There are some examples actually in the literature that supports this particular speculation. The critique of self is very, very crucial. I do think that the academy does not have a critical ontology of itself. We have not been used to, because everything else was up for critique for the academy, except the academy itself. No? So critique was something that we do to other things. And so the self-critique of the academy, that is why the claims that universities make about themselves are so far removed from what is actually happening. And the way sometimes academics speaks about themselves and what they think they are doing is actually very distant from the reality, as to what is at play. That's where that peculiar what one can say, competency of having one's sense of oneself very close to social reality is not something that we are actually very good at. I count myself in that, okay? So I'm not here as a kind of a moral agent speaking down to people. That's how the academy has been grown up to be. The Knowledge Project, this is the strange thing about the Knowledge Project. The Knowledge Project is meant to generate humility, but it does exactly the opposite. Why? It's a very, very strange thing within the university sector. Decolonizing the university, impossible. No? We must just settle our minds on that. To decolonize the university is impossible. No? It is an institution that is so steeply rooted in a colonial imaginary that to decolonize the university as an institution is an impossibility. To do good decolonization work in the university, that's a big possibility. Okay? And there's a difference between the two. Okay? To do good decolonization work within the university is a great possibility. But to think of the university as an institution decolonized in all those respects is impossible. But there's also another way of thinking the university, and that is to think the university in a multiplicity of institutions within one. You can have a conventional university at Rhodes, and you can have a decolonizing university at the same university. You can have a conventional university at Nelson Mandela University, and then you can have a radical form of it at the same university as well. So universities are actually multiplicities of universities within the same structure, okay? And you can have all different types of universities within that particular structure. You don't have to choose, which one becomes the area of work that you think should designate the university as such. I think that good universities allows for work against themselves in the context of being a social critic and conscience of society. Good universities are universities that are not afraid to fund people that think upstream from themselves or in different directions. And that's actually good universities. Good universities are universities that will fund radical decolonization work within the university space itself, even if it tries to protect a different type of university. And then with regard to the social sciences, this is the unfortunate thing, is that in this African context, if I just think of sociology, for instance, we have great colleagues at our university that have rethought so many African concepts that you can literally speak about a black sociology. You just think about bringing that work together. So there is a way in which one can retune the social sciences. I think that we are not good at putting those handbooks together and say to ourselves, this is the work that has historically been done in the area of anthropology in South Africa, in sociology, and in history. If somebody has the time and the energy and funds for that, I think that we will be surprised by what we already have done in the spaces of the social sciences. But here again, of course, you will have different epistemes playing in there as well. Then there, in black radical tradition, there is, massive bodies of work already from plantation studies, in the way in which, the slaves generated an epistemology of oppression or epistemology of suffering, if you may call it. And there are new forms within which the epistemic imagination can be retuned through that work. Then, of course, African feminist work, new formulations, within the context of the social. So maybe we should invest our energy and time in pulling together what we have done in the space of the social sciences as well. And there's great work being done in the hard sciences as well. We have had a decolonization in Durban not so long ago where colleagues presented the work that they've been doing. It's an eye-opener, It's really, really interesting to think how people think the Africanization, decolonization project from their own disciplinary homes and boundaries as well. So that work is possible. But the main price of a decolonize institution, I think that will be, I think that's an impossibility. Thanks. Thanks.
I think we can just give Prof. Kit a round of applause. So before we break for tea, I just further logistics. I know Di did speak about it earlier, but just in terms of venue, this venue is Thomas Pringle, so it's the main venue where all the plenaries will take place. The venue to your right, out the door to your right, is in Sikana. To your left is Atherston, and then Yellowwood Terrace is also to your right, then to the left past the tea and coffee station. And I think Di did mention earlier where the restrooms are. Down the stairs on the first floor, men is straight to your left, and the ladies' toilet to your left, and it would be on your right. And then just one small amendment in this particular venue. The second presentation at 11:25 will be a virtual presentation. So thank you so much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll break now for tea, and then the breakaway sessions will start at 11. Thank you.
Education sector of the city. Now, there are 4 theoretical frameworks to the social movement theory, of which there are 2 that we were using as specific focus areas, and that's resource mobilization and the political opportunity. And they're quite clear in terms of what they are. Resource mobilization focuses on how resources, human, financial, and otherwise, are mobilized in pursuit of a collective goal. And political opportunity talks about the necessity of the right context, the right timing, the right set of circumstances to capitalize on doing something of impact. Looking at those 2 theoretical approaches, you'll see that both are very much interrelated in terms of informing how we can understand and unpack the summit. So, 10 years of development. I will be very frank, colleagues. There's a hyperlink here to a whole other website I'm going to go through. Eric, I hope it works. If it doesn't, you may have to intervene. Let's see where we go. So it's showing on my side. Let me show that sign. Cool. Perfect. So what this is a digital chronology that sort of captures 10 years of the development of the education sector. If everyone looks inside their very lovely packs, they've got a very long piece of paper that captures the same thing. For the purpose of this, I'm going to run through it, and because everyone has a copy of this, I'll just hit on some critical moments. The story begins in 2013. At that time, Grahamstown, or Makanda then referred to as Grahamstown, was the 10th worst performing district in the NSC results of the country. Incidentally, the other 9 worst performing were all from the Eastern Cape. So it was really a very bad time for the province as a whole. But what it did was there was a very big wake-up call for local stakeholders in trying to identify ways of everyone pooling into and helping to respond to this crisis. And it can be marked as the beginning point of a series of interventions, some very deliberate, others very supportive, that would help shape the development of the sector. The following year, through the support of Gadra Education, a local school principals forum was put together. And what is a structure of local public school principals in the city to help develop a community of practice and get them to have a shared environment and space as peers. This will become a very important point of engagement with the school leadership across the city. 2015, Vestas Empowerment Trust provides seed funding to set up a consortium of multiple stakeholders led by Gadra Education. And this one is really looking at developing a consortium led by Gadra Education, including the Lebone Center, the South African Numeracy Chair, and the Primary and Early Child Education faculty in the Department and Faculty of Education at Rhodes University. Some of the initiatives that came out of this, and two of the key ones, is over the period of time they developed an isiXhosa spelling bee. That's the first of its kind in the country, and they have also then developed what's called a whistle stop school, which is a targeted literacy intervention that's focused on improving reading skills. In the same year, Professor Sizwe Mabizela was inaugurated at Rhodes University. Now, this might seem like a weird thing to include in the timeline, but it's actually very important. In his inauguration address and in identifying his key priority focus areas, Professor Mabizela made it very explicit that one of his focus areas would be contribution of the university to the wider city, positioning Rhodes as being of and for the city as a whole, and not something that happens to Makhanda, and supporting the development of the education sector. This meant that the university was directly shifting itself to be responsive to the current context and became a very critical enabler for many subsequent programs and initiatives to follow. One of which that was formed is called the Vice Chancellor's Education Initiative, which is a multi-stakeholder grouping of education experts in the city that sought to oversee and manage the various interventions that are led by Rhodes University and its partner institutions. One of its first initiatives, two, and ones that have been quite powerful, I'll mention two right now. First is a certificate in school leadership, which was a leadership capacity development program run with the Rhodes Business School for school leaders. That's principals, vice principals, heads of departments. And the second one was the 9/10 mentoring program, which includes a structured mentoring program between a Rhodes University student leader and a matric student mentee. I'm touching on these because they become quite relevant as we go later on in the presentation. I'm going to hurry through the next few periods. So that's what I just spoke to right now. A bridging program was set up in 2017 between Gadra Education and Rhodes University to enable local disadvantaged students to have access into the institution. Later on that, the Whistle Stop School that I spoke to was then piloted in the same year. 2018, the first time ever, the fee-exempt public schools of the city achieved 100% bachelor passes. 100 bachelor passes for the first time. And this was the first indications, I'd like to imagine it, of the green shoots of the positive development that was happening through these various interventions that have been mentioned, and others, of course, that happen. 2019, a program run through Roost called Budding Q was redesigned, where it aimed to now focus particularly on building pre-literacy skills of grade R children in a structured play-based manner. And this was, again, to enhance their development at that age. Then we go to 2019 again. The organization that I work for, the Circle of Unity, was formed, and what it is, in a nutshell, is a multi-stakeholder structure that seeks to foster collaborative projects for positive impact in the city of Makhanda. Then, we know what happened in 2020. COVID came, and it completely decimated many sectors and parts of the country. And at the same time in the city, Makhanda emerged as the best performing city in the province as a whole, and retained that status for a period of time. I'm nearing the end, colleagues, so please allow me. Then in 2021, which I think is probably a source of great pride for Di and her team, that 9/10 mentoring program was a recipient of the McJanet Prize for Global Citizenship, which recognizes these exemplary engagement programs across the world. Rhodes, and I think Rhodes is still the only South African and African university, if I'm correct, Di, to have received this acknowledgement. And what it does is that it's an affirmation of the propensity and potential of this program to enable systemic change, and that's part of what we're talking to. Then over the next few years, we see continued development, but there's a very clear trajectory going forward. The Vice Chancellor's Committee commits resources towards investing in the Early Child Development sector. Makhanda increases its matric passes. So in 2022 and 2023, they received over 300 bachelor passes. And it's this continued pattern of development and growth in the city. And this then brings us to the year when we started putting together the actual education summit. Eric, if you could help me go back to the presentation. Still got 5 minutes, I'll use them very effectively. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, in 2023, decision is made. We're putting together this education summit. It's prompted by engagements with the Vice Chancellor, Guard Education, and key stakeholders. And the idea is we're at the right moment and opportunity now to bring everyone together to shape what the future looks like. The process of putting it together had to be consultative in nature. So a multi-stakeholder planning committee is put together that met regularly. Sectoral subcommittees are put together, one on ECDs, one on primary schools, one on secondary schools, to do SWOT analyses and situational analyses of what's happening in those specific sectors. And these became very important spaces to mobilize support and buy-in from the various stakeholders of those sectors, because it created avenues for them to help shape what are the priority discussions at the summit itself. When the summit took place, it was the beginning of this year, over 350 stakeholders were present, and we were able to have concentrated discussions per sectors that looked towards developing key priorities going forward. But at the end of it, there was a bold vision that was identified and shared and adopted by the stakeholders, and it reads, by 2028, Makhanda emerges as the leading academic educational center and city in South Africa and is recognized as such, thereby affording all local children and young people the benefit of good quality and relevant education at preschool, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Now, this is not a vision that can be enabled by any one entity working by itself to push it. It is fundamentally premised on the collaboration and co-creation of the existing stakeholder network in the city. It was the existence of the summit, the engagements that happened there, that enabled us to get to this point. Now, some key lessons that emerged there to share with you as I round up. First of all, the summit could only work because of the various coordinating structures there. A multi-stakeholder planning committee, the Vice Chancellor's initiative including educational experts, the Circle of Unity Education Cluster, which has educational activists in the city forming part of a community of practice, the school principals forums where we were able to mobilize support from the principals themselves. The existence and contribution of those structures became critical enablers into what was a successful event to mark out a city-wide vision going forward. A strong sector laid a solid foundation. I mean, if we had tried to do this 10 years ago, it couldn't have worked the same way. You needed the sector to develop to where it was in order to hold the space for what it was. Importantly, all parts of the city's education sector came together and formed part of participating meaningfully in the summit discussions. From your Quintile 1 fee-exempt schools to your Quintile 5 schools and your private or IEB schools in the city, every single school was represented, and importantly, it was a very powerful moment to show that despite the disparities between the schools, there is commitment to the shared sector that we have. Lastly, the leadership that was at the heart of the summit has to be recognized. The deliberate intent of the Vice Chancellor to prioritize and position Rhodes University as being responsive to this was a very important part of this journey. The presence of school leaders and their commitment to forming part of the narrative was a very important part of this journey because, and as I've tried to highlight, it could only happen when it happened. It could only be held and extract what it did and provide the outcomes that it did because of the journey it went through in the moment it landed in. And I think that's my time. So thank you very much. Dr. Westway and I will happily take any questions.
Thank you so much, Sake, for your presentation. It was very interesting and you stayed within your time. So we've got 5 minutes. If there's any questions, I think we can take about 3 questions. There's one hand. There's another hand. Okay, you can start. You can ask the first question then. The mic is on its way to you, so just 1 second.
It's it's actually not a question, it's more to add some history to this project to keep it in line with trying to understand the past, present, and future possibilities and the relationship between community, university, and society. Prior to 2013, Saki, just to give you a bit of history, that the whole process of building a relationship with the community was a challenging one. So this actual project, the thinking of the project started around 2008. And building that relationship with the community, because of the separation of university and community, took a number of years for it to reach the stage in 2013 where collaboration was possible and where partnerships were possible. So that part is a history that unfortunately I think I've been involved with, and so has Dai, in the development of relationship with the school's principals, and with the Directorate of Education in Makanda. So I'm just adding this to show that building community university partnerships is a very, very difficult and challenging process. It was in the earlier years, and it will be good, it's actually good to see how it has changed in the recent years, and there's more kind of participation and collaboration between the university and the community.
Oh, thank you. Second question on that side then?
Yeah, thank you. Sake, could you speak a bit more to that last point on it happened because it happened when it happened? Because I have a sense that that has got a lot to do with the context and the environment, and I'd like to hear more of your thoughts on that, please.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ah, there's one. And then, Sake, you can respond. The mic is on its way to you. Keep it short, because we only got about 4 minutes for Sake then to respond.
Thanks, Saki, for the presentation. At the start, you mentioned that it was a reflection point as well as a strategy session. So have you got any key insights for us, maybe in terms of what came out in terms of the future and the strategy? Thanks.
Thanks. I mean, those are very, very valuable inputs, and I'm actually going to invite Dr. Westway if you could come share some thoughts to those before I jump in. But Dr. Maestri, I mean, I think what you're touching on is so important about the history of the development. It does go before 2013. It probably goes as far back even to 2008 and before that because of the nature of the city as a whole. And it's very important to flag that, and I hope it was clear, but what I'm doing right now, what we're trying to capture is a story of so many individual persons in the context of the city. And some of them aren't even fully captured. We hoped that through the summit we'd be able to start identifying some success stories that we hadn't seen or rendered explicit, and efforts, of course, to help contribute to the narrative. So it's always helpful to get insights about moments where we don't have that sort of information captured. Dr. Westaway?
I think in terms of the final question, basically how the summit ran is there was it was a 2-day summit, a Saturday, Sunday summit. The Saturday morning was reflection. So there were a series of presentations from the sectors that reflected what Sake was referring to, namely the SWOT analyses and situation analyses. So the sectors, in preparation for the summit, had basically done analysis in terms of where we are now, what we've achieved, and why we've achieved it, and that was presented. And then basically from the Saturday afternoon went into strategizing and planning. So Sake presented the overall vision, the plenary vision, but then each of the sectors, that's ECD, primary and secondary, had developed sectoral objectives and priorities, which is basically now the focus of ongoing work. So yeah, it was a very kind of systematic, inclusive process. We were amazed, for example, by how well early childhood development sites were represented. We were expecting a drop-off in participation on the Sunday, being the second day, but it was incredible, the commitment of the stakeholders. And just the earlier question, to comment on that, I think what we try to do in the presentation is through the chronology, is to show the build-up of the process, that it was what had preceded, and Margie's taken it even further back. It was what had preceded January this year that enabled the summit to take place. And I think two of the big breakthroughs last year in the planning process were bringing all of the coordination forums together. So Sake mentioned the principals forums, the Circle of Unity, and the Vice Chancellor's Initiative. So these big coordinating structures kind of brought together, and seeing the value in one another, and basically kind of planning together, and in the same light, the private schools, the public schools coming together. I think that was a bit of a first for us. We'd been kind of looking to make that breakthrough, but what enabled it was the summit. So I think, those were the specific things that enabled the summit to be successful.
Thank you, Dr. Westerwey. Thank you, Sake, for sharing this initiative with us. A wonderful presentation that you had. Thank you so much. Our second presentation, starting now at 11:25. Is this one not going to happen? Must we start with that one? Okay, let's see if they are here. So the second presentation is not going to happen now. That's on the program. We are going to jump to the third one then. Matthias Flores and Augustine Menoni. Are they here, or is it going to be a virtual one? Excellent, excellent. And sorry for disrupting you by calling you. Are you ready to present now? Okay.
We'll have more time. Sorry, much. Okay, yeah, I get it. So, where is the... Okay, let me check the time then. So, thank you everyone for this chance. I'm Matthias Flores. I'm from Chile. I'm studying my PhD in the US for the last 4 years. This presentation we created with Agustin Cano Menoni from Uruguay. He couldn't be here today, but I'm gonna make the presentation. First of all, I wanted to say how honored I am of being here in this country. I grew up in a family that was in the 70s and the 80s fighting against the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet in Chile. And my family had to go to the exile. And in the exile, they met fellows from South Africa that were fighting against apartheid. So I grew up listening of all these stories, and so I'm really happy and honored to be here in a country of freedom fighters. The presentation is around the history of the historiography of community engagement, and this started last year when Agustin and I and Romina from Argentina, we presented in this conference an article that now is published in this journal around the history of community engagement in Latin America, particularly the critical perspective of community engagement. Out of that work, we decided to make a continuation based on the call for this conference in terms of the necessary understanding of our past and the necessary global dialogue between the South and the South. We decided to make this work that was reviewing how historians and scholars have been telling the history of community engagement in Latin America, analyzing their decisions of their praxeological decisions and methodological decisions. So our theoretical framework to understand this area is, first of all, understanding that history is something that is always silencing an aspect of the past. So you decide with what kind of stories you will tell, while some others will be forgotten. Usually the subaltern and marginalized communities are not part of how the history is constructed, and that we wanted to apply for the history of community engagement. Another thing that is connected with what we heard in the keynote speaker session is that the university is full of myths in terms of how we understand our own practice and our own institution. One of those myths is the myth of the ivory tower. There's no such thing as an ivory tower in the universities. They were always connected with the community. They were always connected with the society, but in different shapes and forms that we don't want to acknowledge. There were, as we heard, criminal relationships. There were colonial relationships. There were patriarchal relationships. Community engagement, we understand it from a socio-historical perspective. So we don't see community engagement from a managerial perspective, so trying to improve community engagement or looking just at the best practices. We don't also work under a normative perspective, trying to say to you how community engagement should be. We're trying to understand how community engagement have been changing around time, how community engagement have been changing in different contexts. And so we understand it, we have a definition of community engagement as a crystallization of a dispute of different ways of understanding the borders of the universities. So out of that dispute, we don't see the polysemy of community engagement and the different concepts that exist in English and Spanish and different languages to call and name this practice. We see it as a characteristic of this practice. So it changes because the context changes and the ideas behind the connection of one understanding of the university and certain kind of society changes over time. So we need history to understand those processes and the cyclical erasure of community engagement. I could talk about it a bit later. So just to make a illustration of what we mean. This is a picture of one of my archival works in the US, looking at a community engagement antecedents that they were calling it university extension in a small college in Kentucky, in the south of the US. Berea College, they had this, in the 19th century, this program of scholars that were sent to the mountains of Kentucky. So they were using these carts and horses to take the scholars from the university and leave them for weeks. And so more people could access to higher education and have an opportunity to have access in education. They were really, really progressive in the south of the US, including African Americans and women. How they tell the story of their programs is usually like this kind of pictures, showing the heroic effort from this university. In the archives, I was able to look at different things. For example, this picture that was part of our report, in which one of the professors and the scholars that were participating in this project, while they were driving in the mountains, they fell out of a cliff. And they had to suspend the event. It's kind of a funny event, but they fall into this hole. And the report was talking about these challenges that they were facing while they were doing this kind of work, which was different to the official history that I was recovering in the more heroic kind of events. When we want to think about the history of community engagement, we try to think about this other layer. of failures, of falling on different holes that usually we don't want to talk about it. So we conducted a systematic review of 22 publications in Chile, in Uruguay, in Mexico. I cannot talk about all of this, and in Latin America in general. So studies that were collecting different countries in Latin America, they were trying to understand the different complexities of it. We studied the positionality of the authors, so who was talking about the history, the goals that they had while writing these pieces, their analytical focus points, and the sources that they were using. In terms of the positionality, we discovered, or we found two different groups. From the one hand, university members, scholars, engaged scholars, practitioners, or university leaders. That were the majority of the authors. They were telling the history of community engagement in a way of validating their own work. And the second group were professional historians or graduate students that were trying to understand from the discipline of history what is the meaning of community engagement. We make this difference because you will see how the goals of how we look at the history will change if depending on who is talking, are the voices that are constructing this history. The analytical focus points are mostly located in institutions, so it's recovering the history of one institution, one university. Others are working on the different changes of the concepts. Others are locating this debate of community engagement within broader debates on pedagogies and political debates. And the less are adding a layer of the socio-historical and cultural context. And even less are focusing on the individuals that were active participants of these projects. The sources mostly were secondary sources, which is telling about the quality of this kind of work. They were using the president discourses, the history of the university's publication, the memoirs from engaged scholars, the history of student movement, the history of each country. The use of primary sources were mostly of conference proceedings, authors' experiences, university documents, legislation and norms, university council meeting notes or minutes, oral history, interviews, testimonies, and press releases. In terms of goals, we found two main narratives, or two ways of telling the story of community engagement in Latin America. On the one hand is the epic narrative that is always trying to understand the role of, they were always trying to recover a pedagogical and political legacy in Latin America. They are often linked with a generation that is trying that is experiencing a dispute, and it's always a nostalgic view of the past, and trying to make a retrospective of a past that was more radical, more transformative, and that was interrupted constantly by different sociopolitical events in Latin America. The techno-academic narrative, on the other hand, were more aligned with the idea of the ivory tower. So they were understanding that community engagement was always there as a way of this ivory tower illuminating the community, and the events in the history of Latin America where it was more connected with social movement were exceptions, were episodic events, that they're always turning back to the core idea of the university that is isolated. They're usually, criticizes these experiences as in moments where engaged scholars went too far of the natural work of the university. For example, one example in the case of Chile of this epic narrative is when in the 60s and the 70s, with the uprising of social movements and revolutionary projects, the universities were trying to recover the student movement of the early 20th century that reformed the Latin American university. So they were saying, well, we want to go back to the history because we know that in the past we had this trajectory that was forgotten, and we need to recover. Something similar is happening now in the critical community engagement perspective, when they are returning to the 60s and the 70s and the legacy of Paulo Freire, for example, and how they can recover that past that was mostly forgotten or eliminated during the dictatorship in Chile. So these groups is always remembering us the violent interruption in the history of community engagement. In the case of the techno-academic narrative, on the other hand, telling the same history of Chile, they see how the 60s and the 70s were an exception, that were too radical, too polarized, and then the dictatorship was a way of getting back into this idea of engagement that is more traditional, that is more academic, scientific. Both have weaknesses in a way that the epic narrative usually dismisses the analysis of the more conservative ways of engaging. So, for example, they don't look at how the university functioned during the dictatorship and how they assume that the dictatorship eliminated community engagement, but that's not true. They continue the programs in a different way. So they are not this epic narrative is not looking at those kind of practices. The techno-academic narrative is not looking and is silencing the early history of community engagement in the beginning of the 20th century, where it became a practice that was between the student movement, the early labor movement, the workers movement, even the women movement in Chile, or in Latin America in general. So they are also forgetting, letting behind certain kind of narratives. The implications of this work is that, as both of those narratives have weaknesses, both of them are political. Even if one of them are trying to depoliticize the history of community engagement, both are understanding the connection of the university, the context, and its conflict. They are both challenging the myth of the ivory tower, even if some of them tries to always take the practices back into this imaginary. But history, when you go back, you will see that there's always a connection with the community. And the lessons for a South-South dialogue, we understand it has an exchange of reciprocal questions. So these questions applies both for Latin America and any other place. How are we telling our stories and our histories? Can we identify similar practices in the past under different names, concepts, and labels? Here in the conference, we'll hear about the Black Consciousness Movement, for example, or any traces of racist kind of community engagement in the past. How do we value the polarized moments in community engagement? What can we learn out of those moments? When I arrived last week, I was able to go to the Apartheid Museum, and in an exhibition of Nelson Mandela and his life, they were recovering how he was a leader, comrade, negotiator, prisoner, and a statesman. And there was this small part of it that I was shocking and impressive, how they were understanding their imprisonment as a way of education, as another way of creating a university life. So there are different moments in which freedom fighters, activists, and social movements are creating their own way of creating knowledge. How this knowledge, how important is where this kind of places and activities and projects, if you want, for the conditions that we are living today. Is Nelson Mandela one of the first engaged scholars in this context? In terms of recommendations, we want to invite for future studies both in Latin America and in other places, on reflecting on the positionality of who is writing the history. What are our intentions out of it? The focus points, we will try to think about, well, if we are focusing on the institution, we'll be silencing the individuals. If we're focusing on a program, we will be silencing other aspects. The social historical context is one of the most forgotten focus point, analytical focus point in the history that we reviewed. In terms of sources, always trying primary sources. The universities have their own archives that we usually don't visit, but they are really friendly and trying to access those kind of informations. And also, there are some strategies that, for example, looking at the history of one person that was relevant and a referent of an engaged scholar can lead to other kind of sources and other kind of research. I will share an example of that later. So we recommend also starting with one focus point, either the context, the institution, the concepts, the conferences, the programs, the individuals, but then expanding to a multifocal point analysis. And also always trying to trace the global dialogue and the global relations. Those global dynamics could be imperial relations, colonial relations, solidarity relations, or intellectuals. And also the individual connections. Just to illustrate this is, well, it changed. Well, but let me see. I don't know if I can go back to the... Yeah, I don't. Okay. Okay. So this is an example of my own research for my master thesis. I focus on the history of one woman in Chile. So I started with this history of community engagement that was told by the institutions. I followed the history of this woman that was the first woman to become a professor in Chile in 1922, feminist leader in the early stages of the feminist movement. And out of that process, I discovered her own concept of community engagement, the conference where she attended, the global relations that she had. And out of all of those three aspects, I've been able to continue that research. For example, in the US, I visited Berea College, was one of the influences of her. I noticed the relationship with Leo Rowe, which became the president of the Pan American Union. So now I can understand the relation of the community engagement and the US imperialist project in the 20th century. In the case of the concept, that turned out to a conversation with the University of Chile, where she was teaching, and now we're in a project of recovering the history of the concept of community engagement in that institution. So opening a project with one focus point could lead you to different ones. And just to close, because I am on time, I would like to say that we are eager to promote a broader field of recovering the history of community engagement in different places. So we are open to share this work and to share collaborative projects with anyone here. So thank you so much, and well, I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Matthias, and thank you for bringing this very interesting topic and research to this conference in South Africa and putting it on the table here. Very interesting questions that you are leaving us with. So let's get a few questions. We've got 5 minutes. Yes, again there, one hand. Any other questions? Yeah, good.
Matthias, just one question. How much of literature is available on the history of community engagement in Latin American countries?
take both questions and then you can answer? Ah, you, yeah. And first, yeah? And then you can take it. Beatrix, is that you? Yeah. Good.
Thank you so much, Matthias. That was very, very interesting. And I think what resonated with me was you talked about history under theoretical frameworks as silencing the past. And I mean, I was so impressed when you saying, you know, your parents and how they engage with liberation movement fighters here in the country. And I've always been concerned about that in our country. Our past is our past. It's part of our identity, whether it was good or bad, it's part of our identity. And I think sometimes, and I'm sure it's not unique to South Africa, we just sometimes just put that under the carpet. And it's really silencing. Then we just move on, and then 20, 30 years later, a bomb explodes, you know, because of that. So I thought that was very interesting, and that's what's really happening in our country as well. So maybe just your thoughts on that.
Okay. Thank you. And then Beatrix over there.
Good morning. So I've got a relationship with CLIES in South America, and they have just recently published the history of service learning in South America and in Africa on their website of Uniservitate. So there's a lot of literature available. And what I want to comment on that is that because much of the literature is in Spanish or Portuguese, it's not open to us to read in South Africa when we're not familiar with the language. So in the development of technology, I think a lot of it is going to open up to us, but there's a rich history available. But what I want to refer to, and I want to get a comment from our presenter on this, is this cyclical erasure idea. So Solidaridad was the history of the South American Argentinian approach in terms of starting service learning. However, now with the change in a new political leadership, the role of political leadership in how universities engage, I think, becomes very important. And maybe if we really have to extract it, it's about keeping the conversation going and not getting those things to dictate what we're doing.
Ah, thank you. Matthias?
Yes. So a lot of the literature that we have available is been through engaged scholars. So it started like that. So there are testimonies. So in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, scholars usually we didn't have this technology. They wrote their memoirs or they wrote their their presentation. They are somewhere. So it's been tracing those testimonies, and also we have in Latin America something really special that is a sense of unity within the continent. So we share a language, and well, there's Portuguese, but we want to say that we understand each other, and so we can trace those things in different places. So we feel they're part of a history, and so we are reading different history of different countries. So that's allow us to trace people that was gathering, but also we had these moments that are narrated here in this paper on the conference of community engagement. So universities were gathering since the 58 to discuss community engagement. So we have that. The other thing is that about the past and silencing the past. That was the idea of this car that was falling on a cliff. We don't want to talk about that when we are sharing our histories of community engagement. But the history of community engagement is not just the history of the university, it's the history of the community. And our communities are contradictory. They have violence in our past, and that's part of our history. And if we don't see that, we will be falling from to different holes in different moments in the future. So it's being aware of that, and the cyclical erasure. It is something that community engagement suffers both in general terms, but even within our universities. So, for example, in Chile, what happens is when there's a very good community engagement program, it then becomes a research project of the academic, and they will never say that it started as a community engagement program, and that will erase that the role and importance of community engagement in the history of the university in general. And if you're thinking broader in terms of the universities and the history of the universities and all that, if we are only looking at the policies of the universities, if we are only looking at the discourses of the presidents of the university or the rectors of the universities, you will always have the history of men's and probably non-engaged scholars, because engaged scholars will never get into those positions of power. So you will be reading a history. You cannot read the whole history just through those things. And yeah, there's this new book on the global history of service learning, and I think it's every year there are more elements that we can use, and I think this conference will help also to have more antecedents in the African history. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthias. It was so interesting to meet you and to listen to you. Enjoy your stay in South Africa and travel back home safely. So our last presentation in this venue before lunch, let me just see if they are here. The people who are now going to present, Konoswang Sobane, Darian Smith, Nonkululeko Dlamini. Are they here? Okay. So, Matthias Flores, we call you back to the stage to come and lecture again then. So, no, then we've got a off session now. So, we meet again here then at 1:30, so after lunch. So, is that right?
It's good, or we could move to one of the other venues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you can jump into one of
Our very own, we call Ms. Di, but I call her Comrade Diana Hornby, the Director of Community Engagement at Rhodes University. And the purpose of today's dialogue is a reflective dialogue and a reflective discussion on the tool sets and mechanisms that could be used to measure impact and community engagement in the South African context. The Carnegie Classifications methodology provides an independent and rigorous assessment of an institution's ability, their commitment, their investment and accomplishments in community engagement, and it offers a useful tool set potentially for the South African context. Now, if I'm correct, and I tried to do my homework before this session, we came to this moment started and following Dr. Morales' presence at the 2023 Community Engagement Conference last year where she presented on this. After that, Dr. Morales flew past, popped by Dr. Matutu's office, had a conversation. Dr. Matutu, we need this thing in South Africa. Dr. Matutu said, I've got it. Put together a task team that Prof. Darren Lawton was part of. Prof. Lawton came back and said, we've got an idea for you. And now we're here today. Is that a fair summary, colleagues? Fantastic. You see, I'm trying to give the Spark Notes version of how we got here, so that people are present and engaged. So the version of the discussion is that I'm really going to allow the panelists to speak to their particular fields of expertise. I'll ask Bibi and Di first to speak from their respective institutions about what's happening there, what they've been using, what the need is. Then I'll hand over to Dr. Morales to speak on her journey, the classifications and the conversations and engagements she's had with Dr. Matutu. Prof. Lawton, who formed part of the first task team, will then share a bit about what that feasibility study identified. And then Dr. Matutu, as the CEO, will look to you to give us a good shaping of how to move forward. After that, we'll give space for everyone to then engage, and please, we encourage people to take notes so that we can have a healthy discussion at the end. All right, so, Di, you happy to kick us off?
I'm going to stay sitting. Saki, is that fine? Okay, thanks, Boyd. All right, welcome back after an eventful lunch. I hope your tummies are all full. Right, I'm going to kick off our dialogue session. And just to say that at Ruth, we've established monitoring, evaluation, and learning mechanisms really strong ones at programmatic levels. So our programs are all very targeted and data-driven. And then we do a lot of reflection. And one of the most impactful ones is the reflection we do with community partner organizations twice annually. Now, the challenge still, though, is that there isn't a national framework to measure how effective community engagement is and the impact it makes on social and economic development of society and, of course, on the transformation of universities, making them more developmental and transformative in their work. We particularly felt this when we had the audit, the national audit, and we had to respond to that as community engagement. So going back as far as 2015, Dr. Morales Marisol arrived at this community engagement. It was then a symposium. I think it must have been the first one that we had. She found it somewhere and arrived from America to attend it. And that was our first engagement with her, and that really triggered this need because she obviously shared and presented on the work they do at Carnegie Classifications. Then we started as a sector talking about it more and more and more. And then last year we invited Marisol out again to get some impetus behind this important work. And she came out and she did a presentation, and you heard that she engaged with Dr. Matutu on her way out, and things have rolled since then. So that's why we thought we'd bring them all back this year, so that as a sector we could engage, deliberate, and see how we moved forward. And I'm going to pause there and hand over Shalasaki to...
Good afternoon, everybody. So I was also part of the conversation last year, and it was really exciting to get to this point. So when South African Higher Education Community Engagement Forum was formed in 2009, we got a framework, but we had to adapt that to our own context and our histories of our institutions. And I got dumped into this with a university that was still going through a merger at Northwest University, with a federal system where each university had its own rector and its own community engagement officers and their own processes. So although we were working as one university, there was no alignment. Alignment only started in 2016. But in the meantime, my viewpoint had always been, as the responsible officer to report on community engagement at Northwest University, where is the evidence? How can we measure the difference we're making? And if you listen to Professor Chris Brink last week, he also said, well, how do we do what we do well? And we know that we're doing it well, but it's making a difference. What difference are we making? And therefore, as Northwest University's system and process developed as a community engagement institutionalization process, we tackled it from the top and from the bottom. We had some interesting policies that were sort of considered and sent around with no comments, and then all of a sudden everybody in Senate wants to comment, and then it comes back to you. You should know that story. And finally, what we ended up with was we've got a Deputy Vice Chancellor for Community Engagement. We have Deputy Deans in each of our 8 faculties for community engagement. They have to budget for community engagement. That includes service learning as well as engaged research. The engaged research is not where it can be, but it's in place. And then we've got also an organizational buy-in from the student, the SRC, now where we are looking at micro-credentialing of student hours as they participate in service learning and community outreach outcomes. But the question still remains, so what? So how are we contributing to the challenges that the communities come and speak to me every day? And you know, if you've got a community partner and you sit and you listen very carefully, they will tell you of 10 to 12 problems at the same time. And you've got to now figure out how are we going to help these people. And I only explained to him, listen, I'm the connector. I've got to work with the experts inside the university. And we're in a complex system, and there's systems within systems, and we have to work with complexities. So no single discipline can claim that they have all the solutions. And I think that's where the problem lies in society today. And I specifically looked up the criteria from the HEQC in terms of community engagement standard H. I want to read it to you. So H1 is, a process exists to effectively engage in community engagement projects. That's how you are evaluated in the first one. The second one, H2, the department directly or indirectly adds value to the welfare of the community in general. And then you've got to rate yourself whether you're mature, you're functional, not, you need substantial interventions, or non-functional, or not applicable. That's the only things that are evaluated at a university. So if you then look and you work through all those standards from A to H, then you see that all the other functionalities in terms of there must be policies in place, there must be support in place, infrastructure, etc., very little of that is responded to by anybody else than the people that are engaged implementers in their faculties. And that's a problem. So one of the key things that I've started looking at is how do we fix this and where is the real problem? And I thought I'll bring it home and I'll be quick. So really bring it home, I'm going to give you the example of Professor Hendrik Bowman, who's my husband. His age factor is 43. He's got 7,284 citations. He's a C1 rated scientist. He's an ecotoxicologist trained as a zoologist. The reason why he's only C1 rated is because he doesn't specialize on one single animal as an indicator of toxins in the environment. But if we ask for funding, where do we get the money from? NRF and other agencies. You're not specialist enough to do the work that you need to do. However, I want to also bring in some other stats. So there's a website called SAGE that looks at your impact factor. So Professor Bowman has 141 citations obtained across 95 policy documents in the world. He's got 41 policy documents which cited 832 times, 500 policy documents where his name was mentioned. In South Africa, there is only one policy document where his name was mentioned. Because he's worked on earthworms, he's worked on baby blood, he's worked on frogs, he's worked on dragonflies. All of these things using chemicals or looking at chemicals that affect these animals in the environment. And what's the effect of microplastics? What is the effect of ARVs? We are all drinking ARVs from our water systems in South Africa, whether we like it or not, whether we're HIV positive or not. Nobody talks about that because you're not a specialist. The system must be fixed internally before we get beyond the other tick boxes of faculty buy-in. And I think that is where a lot of us get stuck. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Dr. Morales if you're ready to provide us then the contextual framework.
Sure.
While we're here. Dr. Morales came for the whole presentation, and I asked her if she wanted to stand up. She said, no, I've got a traffic light. I can do this sitting down. So, Dr. Morales, over to you.
Yeah, so hello everyone, nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm going to just provide an overview for folks who weren't here last year about the Carnegie elective classifications, and particularly the work that we've been doing outside the United States. All right, so the elective classification provide an independent and rigorous assessment of an institution's extraordinary commitment to, investment in, and accomplishment at addressing pressing issues of the societies they serve. In particular, we have community engagement, And then also in the United States, we have Leadership for Public Purpose. Our work outside of the United States, the community engagement elective classification in the U.S. started in, it's been about 20 years since the process started, so 2005, 2006. And it has evolved over that time in the U.S. And has also expanded, so we actually offer the community engagement classification in Australia. We're about to launch our first cycle in Canada, and we've been in conversations with South Africa, Thailand, Vietnam, and some other places. And particularly what this has done in the U.S. has been to, one, create a standard definition that institutions of higher education can use and speak a common language about what community engagement is, the Carnegie definition of community engagement. But two, it's also set a set of standards for colleges and universities to look towards. And so we do this by facilitating institutional self-study, and that is what the classification is. It's an institutional self-study. There's a set of questions that really help guide institutions into best practices around community engagement. And I'll share a little bit about what that framework looks like. But just some background, and I know this is text heavy, I'm happy to share this with you all. But we started the working outside of the United States with the classification because there was increased international outreach about the classification, particularly as we connected more globally around community engagement. And so we did our first pilot in Ireland. And although they didn't pursue the classification, they did go through the pilot process. They determined that they had too few higher ed institutions to do this, but it was a useful process for them in terms of seeing what the infrastructure looked like. During those same times, we were having conversations with Canada and with Australia, and they began the process simultaneously. It took them about 5 years. This was also during COVID, so that impacted the trajectory of it. But last year, we were able to award the first classifications outside of the United States in Australia, and again, Canada is launching this year. I share this because for both of we learned a lot through the process with Ireland, but there was a set of kind of values that the Carnegie Foundation adhered to as they were looking to do this outside of the United States, and particularly the adaptability of the classification for the local context. And so while there's a framework that exists, it's not one that has to necessarily be followed word by word. The foundation is very committed to ensuring that this is not a sort of export process for us or a colonial project, right? It is a framework that can be used and adapted in the local context. And both Australia and Canada did that. Their classification applications are much more focused on First and Indigenous nations, the way that they've constructed research and how they've embedded connections to national education policies. And so I wanted to share that as a background for what this could potentially mean for South Africa. This is the current framework. We've got an application open in the United States, but I wanted to share a little bit about what it looks like. So the first part of the application looks at the context of the institution. One of the things that the community engagement classification does is respect the diversity of the institution, both in terms of institutional type, location, population, and so that's something that's at the root and foundation of this application. So how do you adapt it and how do you write it so that it is useful to all types of institutions? Well, part of that is having those institutions around the table when you're first developing the application. We ask about the community context and the quality of the relationships. In the U.S., we have a community partner survey that accompanies the application, and it's available in both English and Spanish for community partners to fill out. We have a section that deals with institutional identity and culture that really looks at the infrastructure, so questions about funding and finance and staffing, and also demonstration of commitment by leadership to community engagement. Then we move into a section that looks at the academic core of the institution. We really believe that institutionalization of community engagement has to be embedded in the academic core of the institution. So through these sections, we ask about faculty. We ask about tenure and promotion. We ask about the recognition of publicly engaged or community engaged scholarship. We ask about professional development and training. There's a series of questions related to both coursework as well as co-curricular activities about where community engagement is embedded. We ask about learning outcomes, and all of this is undergirded by tracking and assessment. I think that's one of the biggest contributions that the classifications have made to higher education community engagement, is really thinking about how do we track and assess this work to know that we are achieving our outcomes and having impact in our community. And the last section is sort of open. In the U.S., given our, crazy political climate and concerns about our democracy, we included a section for this cycle's on civic identity and agency, and really looking at voter participation rates, the ways that colleges and universities are helping to facilitate dialogue across difference. We ask about free speech policies. So this is really meant to connect to the portion of the Carnegie classification for community engagement that is about our responsibility to an engaged democracy and educating our citizens. And then we also include in the last section a reflection or any other initiatives that we weren't able to cover in the application that institutions can reflect on. And what we hope is that by this institutional self-study, that the institutions learn areas of growth, but also are able to get out of the silos, talk to disparate parts of the institution, and really come up with a comprehensive understanding of the way community engagement operates, functions, and impacts the local community. We often say the process is the prize. And so while the recognition from an organization like the Carnegie Foundation may be prestigious, what it really has done for institutions is to highlight the areas of opportunity and growth that they can engage in. And now that we're able to do this globally, we're also able to look at community engagement, in a more comprehensive way. And so part of what we'd like to do is identify a set of questions that would be similar across the applications in the US, Canada, Australia, South Africa, if you all adopt it. And we can do a comparative analysis of community engagement across the globe and think about what we have to do as a field more broadly. Just some outcomes that we saw that we're starting to see in Australia are increased knowledge and skills through capacity building structures that were built out. In Australia, they built out a whole community of practice that accompanies the application process. They've seen increased collegiality and connections across the sector through the networking opportunities that it provides. They're starting to see systems change. Early indicators suggest change in institutional practice because of this. Recognition of higher ed institutions, and then impact and advocacy in governmental policies. They've been working on having the Carnegie classification be something that's recognized by the Australian government as part of the university accords that they're doing. In Canada, they've created a whole network. They're going to be creating a separate community engagement organization that they don't currently have.
Point number 4, we're almost done. The elective classification instruments are products based on a Western university context. We recognize that. These are words from the transcript. Adaptations to the context of universities located in the global north have to an extent been relatively seamless. Marisol referred to Canada and Australia, very much like the US, in the sense of the global north, not in the sense of how they elect their presidents. Notwithstanding the opportunity being afforded us for the framework to be adapted to different national contexts, should South Africa and its universities opt to participate in this framework study, these universities would need to exercise prudence and guard against the potential for subtle colonial regress. We're adopting something developed in the US for the US. We're adapting it first, then adopting it. If we go into this, the adaptation has to be thorough. We need to make sure that the context is ours. And within our context, This is what we think should be happening. Bullet 5. In addition, if participation becomes contingent upon funding, the benefits may deepen the divide between CE haves and CE have-nots, as HEIs may deem the cost of participation to be affordable, some, and others may decide that the exercise is prohibitively expensive. I think you know what I mean by the divide. Finally, for a number of universities, community engagement remains an unfunded mandate, whether or not it features in the strategic plans. CE in some universities has been relegated to inclusion within a number of projects in which investments are competitively procured, like the NRF. Usually, the lifespan of these engagements is contingent upon sustained funding. If these do not become self-sustaining, these projects, in a predetermined window period, then the nature and the extent of the community engagement alters. Let me give you an illustration of what this looks like sometimes. I hope you laugh, because I'm being serious. This project has been brought to you by insert university name here, outside a community or inside a community. After 3 years, you ask the person, how's the project going? It's going well. The funding ended 2 years ago. Oh, have you been back there? Yes, frequently. Oh, what have you been back there to do? To clear out the weeds at the bottom of the stand that says, this project was brought to you by university insert name here. I'm not saying that happens, but sometimes that's exactly what it feels like. Universities whose approach to CE is dependent upon these approaches, for them participation in this exercise may be unlikely. We made these observations because we need to be careful. If we're not careful, yes, the haves will be the ones who will be participating. And the have-nots may not even know that it's taking place. It would be remiss of me not to mention the panel members. I'm going to name them now. I am not going to name the institutions because some names have been changed. In fact, the names haven't been changed, but the places have. Dr. Amanda Hlengwa, Professor Bonani Nechandama, Dr. Jacqueline Skeepers-Searle, Dr. Ntabi Twale Njimba, Professor Craig Vincent Lambert. Oh yes, and me.
Thank you very much, Professor Wilton.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank Rhodes University for hosting the conference and also for inviting me here. I find this conference to be quite energizing, considering where we're coming from. It has been a number of years since people have been hired in this portfolio. To see it as such a big portfolio now is quite something. And a number of universities are driving the work. Firstly, let me start by speaking about Universities South Africa. It has been mentioned that it's a representative body of the 26 public universities in South Africa. And our vision is sustainable and responsive universities. So responsiveness is at the core, together with the sustainability of universities from our side. And it has been mentioned, our board are the 26 vice chancellors of the public universities in South Africa. The way we work is that there are about 6 or 7 strategy groups which report. Firstly, they are chaired by vice chancellors and they report to the board directly. So among those is the Transformation Strategy Group. This project falls under that group. Andre is a member of that strategy group. It's now led by Professor Pam Dube from Central University of Technology. Previously, it was led by Professor Lenka Bula, who is the Vice Chancellor at University of South Africa. So there's that, and there are interrelated projects like the Impact Project that we are working together with Professor Chris Brink on. While I was at the National Research Foundation, we developed a framework on research impact at that site. And as part of USAF, our decision has been, how do we demonstrate this impact? Because we're expecting some of our institutions to be demonstrating the impact. And with the advice of Professor Chris Brink, who was getting a bit impatient serving in this committee here in Hong Kong, in other countries, he felt that why don't we pick about 2 case studies per universities so that they can be demonstrated within our website as Universities South Africa. So we made that call to universities, and I think they are trying to complicate the idea, thinking that we are asking for more than what we want to actually do. Just a demonstration of impact through 52 case studies, because we're talking about 26 universities and times 2, and on our website, that kind of work. So a lot has been said about the Carnegie community engagement classification. And from our side, what has happened is that that transformation strategy group asked me as the CEO to go and investigate the feasibility of this tool being used in a South African context. And after they asked me to do that, I knew that I'm not an expert in community engagement, and there are a number of people who are. And the decision from my side was to pick 2 academics who are into the teaching and learning, community engagement kind of interface, research, community engagement, research and innovation, community engagement interface, and the scholarship of engagement broadly too. So we ended up with the team that Professor Latin has mentioned. Doran Lawton was appointed as the chair of this grouping, and we facilitated the meeting of Dr. Morales together with 2 academics from Australia and Canada to meet with a group of 6 from our side. And they explained exactly what it is that was being expected, and Australia had this angle of looking at the first people that side, and we felt that the tool was very much adaptable in that sense, because from their side, their need was to include and involve more of the first people from Australia. So what was fascinating for me to hear from the entire group as they were deliberating was that what is new here? And what is this thing that, what exactly is this all about? You know, they see the questions, they see all of this, but the question is, what is this all about? And it was not an easy discussion to arrive at a decision that we need to pilot this within the South African environment. And others wanted to go to Australia and see what is there. And others wanted to consider Canada and see what is there. While I was in the NRF, there was some study, and it was driven by some professors, and I remember one from Stanford University, I forget her name now, and they were looking at a similar kind of study, but not for community engagement, but for the way in which, as a research funding agency, we integrate sex, gender, and I think it was sex and gender, largely, into our work, how much it is integrated. And we decided to participate in this, it looks like a survey, but it's very similar to this, the tool to test exactly where you are in this kind of work. And the reality is that while you fill in the forms, while you provide the evidence, while you do all of this, the colleagues, they come back with the result and you get scored. And the scoring is not just about you got 0. There were areas where we got 0. But the issue is the explanation of where you have fallen short and what it would take to improve this area for your organization. That is the real strength of the program, more than the assessment and all of that. But the strength of it is when you have to develop a clear improvement plan, which is saying exactly, how do I take this area forward as an institution? So in my thinking, whatever piloting we take, it would have to be approved at the highest level within an institution, because if it's not done like that, we need to get the institution to commit to some kind of an improvement plan once the results are out. Otherwise, there's no point for the assessment, as it is looking at the institution holistically. So we can't be doing this just to while away time kind of thing from our side. So there was a day when Professor Lawton had to present to the Transformation Strategy Group their deliberations as a panel, and the result of the deliberations. He was abroad at the time, and he had to make this very short presentation to the strategy group. And then he left the strategy group members. And one of the strategy group members said, no, that's not an academic, that's an activist who came in here. So that is how forceful he was about whatever ideas he was putting across. So you get that sense where people are saying, what's the difference between this and the CHE review, which looks at our strengths and weaknesses in terms of community engagement. Now the question is, does the CHE review provide you with improvement plans, or you have to develop your own improvement plans? From their side, as the panel, their decision was that this is much more detailed, it's much more helpful, and also there was this expectation that it starts now to have some kind of an institutional locus, because if you've got an improvement plan, you have to say who should be doing ABCD. And if you've got an improvement plan and it requires funding, you have to budget the funds for this improvement plan to make sense. So their biggest concern was that community engagement in most institutions is still an unfunded mandate, and at the same time, it doesn't have some kind of a locus within the institution. So they felt that this tool could perhaps assist with that. Now, as universities South Africa, we very much thin on the ground. The person who's doing this work is doing a whole lot of other things, managing medical deans, managing finance executives, managing. So our work, I've never seen an institution which deals with so much. So following the decision by the Transformation Strategy Group to take up this opportunity, and the board in October said yes to it. Now we committed as University of South Africa to raise the necessary funding and resources to ensure that this happens. So far, what we've done is to pick some of the leaders within these areas who are going to be thinking through with us in terms of this particular project and how to implement it. In the process, the resources within USAF, I would appreciate it if we can have just one support admin person per day, one day per week, to just focus on the project to ensure that it takes off. Because right now, the person who's dealing with that has got her hands full with everything. And the understanding is very simple, is that as this grouping of individuals, there are things that you have to drive. Whether they are within an institution, whether they are within individuals, but there are things that you have to drive as this, with the support of institutions such as University of South Africa, and with the understanding that we have that close proximity with the entire system and your leadership as universities who are our board. So the plan now, we've got some kind of an operational plan, but it's not operational enough. The task team which is there, which has been appointed, will work on the operational plan. And in the meantime, we have terms of reference for some kind of a feasibility study on the current situation within community engagement in the country. That we have to drive, and that is why I'm saying that we need more pairs of hands to assist us with driving a number of areas. What I said to Dr. Morales is that in addition to looking for funding, we need to start to spell out the resources which are required internally within the country, so that if there are universities which can offer some of these resources, we start the work instead of having to wait for this huge amount of money to come so that we can start the work. I do believe that if we take that two-pronged approach where Rhodes University or Northwest University, this has happened before. It's not something unheard of. The Committee of Practice on African Languages, we did a survey, we looked at what is available. They want to share resources, they want to have common projects. Northwest University has provided us with a full professor who is driving this work without Community of Practice of African Languages doing that. Rhodes University's research chair is assisting us with driving this work, but we have a small amount of money which is just on the projects themselves that we are providing. So in terms of resourcing, we have to be very, very creative. And in this particular instance, the biggest elephant is to have a clear implementation plan for the project, clarity on the resources required, the first step being the adaptation of the tool in such a way that it's suitable for the South African environment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now you can hold on to that. Can I please ask a round of applause for the panelists? It's the most efficient dialogue I've ever been to. Finished on time, which means we've got a lot more time for engagement. So I'm going to actually open up the floor for questions, inputs, and comments. I'm going to ask that we take them in rounds of 3. And if someone has a question for the panelists, please just name specifically you want to direct it at. And hope we can get 2 or 3 rounds done in the next 30 or so minutes. So are there any hands to start off? There's one over there. Is there a second hand? Second hand over there. Third hand. And one. Third hand over there. Start with those. You can start over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Khateb. I'm from the Vaal University of Technology, representing community engagement. First and foremost, let me appreciate the presentations. They are very much insightful. As community engagement practitioners, this is the area where we are struggling to tidy the knots. And this is the essence why we are here. In fact, this is the most, if I might say, the center of discussion. My appeal is that let's dwell more on this framework that we are establishing and give meat. The carnage classification in the Western context, where I'm sitting, I'm still finding it difficult to connect with our own. Like Rhodes has a very progressive framework of community engagement that is easy to translate into the South African context. As we move towards the carnage classification, we really need to unpack this classification and solicit a buy-in, because literally when you check community engagement from its inception as defined by CHE, checking the standard as the standard from I think is qualification framework, doesn't dwell too much on the current transition, which is engaged scholarship. I've been trying when I'm sitting here to be persuaded towards the direction of socially engaged scholarship, but yet I'm still seeing community engagement being central to the discussion at hand. Let me just give you a practical example where I'm coming from. As a new person in community engagement, the academics will implore upon you, this is the paradigm shift, this is the direction we are taking in the context of socially engaged scholarship or engaged scholarship. But that in itself, when you read all the documents of this conference, the presentations, they do not take that direction, which is confusing to me, because one lesson that I want to adapt from this congregation is to have at least a framework which I will say this is a commonly accepted framework of community engagement in higher education. Yes, true. Community engagement is forgotten. It's one element, one pillar alongside teaching and learning, which is not funded. It's a frustration, and hence we see us converging here at Rhodes, because we believe Rhodes is an anchor. They are giving us directions as to which directions we must take in following this. I'm persuaded by the carnage classification, but it doesn't give me that edge of in the South African context that it will bring the results that were not there before. So well, I'm saying let's deliberate more. Let's have the elements that will resonate with our South African context, so that when I do my own report and say that at least from this conference, this is the framework that we feel it is universally adopted or accepted a program facilitator. It's very interesting, and can we just take it a little bit further? Do not cut short this converse, because I believe it's in the belly of this conference. Thank you. Thanks for the presentations.
Thank you. So I'm a Sochi chair. So my main thing in life is research, okay? But I want to pick up on what our colleague from Northwest spoke about, is the translation of research into policy. And a lot of the work that I've been doing quite a lot of work recently with the World Health Organization, the UNFPA, and sort of southern African countries. And it's become patently clear to me that there's a huge divide between what happens in research and what academics do and what's happening in these kind of policies and implementation places. And it's also clear to me that where the gap is in the translation from the research into policy. Now, your academics are not necessarily the best people to be doing that translation work. And so that for me is a question in terms of this kind of classification, is whether that is included, and that it's not necessary. Is it the jobs of universities to be doing the translation work from research into policy? And it doesn't have to be engaged research. It can be blue sky research that has amazing implications for policy. And who's filling those gaps, and how may that gap be filled so that a lot of our policy is being better informed by the research that's happening, and vice versa. People commenting on policy. So that's the one question. The second is around, I don't know the system, but it sounds to me like a performance management system. And what we know about performance management systems is that often they can become incredibly bureaucratic and incredibly administrative heavy. We've already heard you would like, please more admin, please more admin, please more admin. And so you have this parallel administrative bureaucratic system that can sometimes detract from the real work because you're spending a hell of a lot of time filling in forms, writing motivations, telling people that you've done this stuff rather than actually doing it. So there are, so for me it's the balance and of the scales between benefit and bureaucracy. And if we're not balancing the scales where bureaucracy is light and benefit is great, then we may be in trouble. And I hate to say that some of our systems are, if we look at the NRF system, if I think of my work for the NRF, the accounting to the NRF 20 years ago versus now, I probably have about a 300% increase in the bureaucracy and for the same benefit. So yeah, that's just a question around benefit, bureaucracy. So 2 questions, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Pavi Pillai. I'm from a university that I cannot name. I'm from DUT. I'm in health sciences, so I'm gonna it's not so much of a question, but it's a bit of a realization for me. Over the last few months, I think I've been more engaged in community engagement in our faculty, and I've attended a few community engagement events, and it just strikes me that in our university they say that the pillars are research, teaching and learning, and maybe entrepreneurship. There could be other ones in our universities, and community engagement. And what strikes me is that it shouldn't be and community engagement, because I think community engagement is interlinked into all of these, because community engagement deals with people and the communities that we work in, and you can take each of those other ones and put them into a silo somewhere, but they have to be embedded with people. So I can't understand why some universities place so much of emphasis on it, and they actually gain so much from it, and why other universities struggle to give community engagement the benefit and the recognition that it deserves. So it's just a comment from me. Thank you.
So I'd like to invite the panel for their inputs on those three preliminary ones. First is the appeal to do deeper reflection work around this framework. Two questions from Professor McCraw. One is around the process of translating research. We want to see if you have carried that role of responsibility. And the second is, I guess, the cost-benefit ratio around this type of system. And the third is a comment on what I think is the embeddedness really of community engagement in institutions. Can I invite anyone on the panel who'd like to go first?
So I'm going to go to the second person first. So one of the things that, at least for me, has been beneficial about this, and I want to just emphasize, this application framework was developed by practitioners, folks like us around the table who got together and thought, we need to be able to hold our institutions to account, and we need a tool to be able to institutionalize this. So it was developed by us. Second, I was on the side of being a community engagement director at an institution having to fill this application out. It wasn't easy. It took us about 1.5 years to do. And the application, this is the U.S. context in about 2015, was much more burdensome, I think, than it is currently. We've adapted that. And so the initial feeling was like, oh, Jesus Christ, we've got to, right? But what we ended up getting from the process was so much more useful because it gave us a reason to talk to different departments and colleges across the institution and think about institutionally, why do we do this? What do we have as artifacts or demonstration of our commitment? How do we know we're doing this well? How are our community partners able to assess us? So it was asking the questions necessary for us to interrogate our own practices and policies. I do think that you're right in terms of the balance between the doing the work and filling out this application. I started with this work and leading the classifications in 2022. One of the things that we were committed to doing was really delving into the application and making it much more useful for practitioners, because of the way that it had been framed and developed before. It was very repetitive. It was much more geared towards the reviewers than the folks who are on the ground. And so we've done a lot of consolidation of the application. And the adaptability piece means that if South Africa decides to determine it, you determine the balance between the bureaucracy and the doing the work. But it is a useful tool in terms of knocking on the dean's door and say, hey, we need to know what your faculty is doing in regards to this, and having that institutional conversation. So in that sense, I believe that it's a useful tool, and can it always get better? Yes. But institutions tend to hold the classification for 6 years, and then they go up for reclassification. And that reclassification is really meant to be a reflection on the work that you identified during the first initial application, and then you speak to that in the second. So this idea of continuous improvement is embedded in the way that the framework works. What was the first part of that? Okay. Yes. So I think, the framework is available online. You can see the US one. I think we have Australia's up, but I'm happy to share that. And you can look at the questions that it asks. Oh, I think there was a question regarding policy. One of the things that we know that the application has done has been to push institutions to develop policies that recognize engaged scholarship in tenure and promotion. By virtue of introducing that question in the probably 2010 application, we saw many more institutions looking at their tenure and promotion policies, seeing that they didn't have sufficient enough language to recognize that for faculty, and began rewriting their policies to make sure that it counted, it was respected. They developed trainings for the committee members to be able to effectively review it. So we have 20 years now worth of data around community engagement in the United States because of this application. And so it gives us a good perspectives in terms of seeing policy changes that we're experiencing in higher education, seeing community perceptions, seeing standards of best practice, exemplar projects. And so we've got sort of one place to collect this data across many institutions. And I think that's useful for us as a field and useful for our educational researchers to use that. Currently, we're working with Pew Charitable Trust and a group of folks who are looking at particularly federal funding and the recognition of public impact research and pushing more institutions to do this. So now on the funder side, they're looking at the work that we've have through this classification, the research that we have, to begin to also push for recognition through federal funders and other philanthropies to recognize public impact scholarship, and going back to what is the reason our universities exist, if not to benefit the public. So I think there's some usefulness in the ways that you all decide to use this to promote this work and really hold to account, pushing the pieces around the unfunded mandate and changing that gives you the opportunity with this, with some data behind it.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on the panel that
So two things come to mind quickly. I forgot to do the other disclosure. None of the members of the panel represented SAISF. In order for us to represent SAISF, we require their permission to do so, and then so it was just in our individual capacities. So if you heard that stuff was really horrendously done, no reflection on SAISF. I had to say that, sorry. I think that bureaucracy will eventually drive me out of higher education. It's getting worse. You say 300%, I think more. But anyway, the thing that there were many things that sold each of the separate individuals on that panel, but for me the big thing that sold me on this framework and how it could be adapted to South Africa, if you read all the questions and a whole host of things, there's a significant role to be played by community partners in this assessment. I like that. I like the fact that what we're involved is in community-university relationships and partnerships. And most of these conferences are about universities. Most people here represent universities. And there's a sense of positionality and power, and that enables that. But I'm looking forward to that community engagement conference one day, when roughly half the people presenting there and present there would have been brought there in some way to speak on behalf of the community in the role that they play in the community-university partnership. And I will then rest that the work has been done when we can get that far. It's a long way to go, but hey, I'm a dreamer. And there's other opportunities that other people raised. And there's one or two people who are here who are on the panel. And so our excitement wasn't just, oh, we fell in love with the idea. We deliberated. And in fact, if I may, the first person to speak, who won't be named, was, in a sense, opposed to the idea. It's like we're just importing something that we may have already. And if we don't have it, we can do it ourselves. Okay, so we started there, and we went around and around in circles, as academics do, until eventually we got to a point where what we were saying, there's ifs, buts, and maybes. And so if we synthesize it, and I hope I get permission from Yusuf to share the report, because that report wasn't written overnight. That was a report that took heart, soul, and trying to respect every single member's contributions, and then sharing with them, and then starting the process again, and now we have something that we're recommending. It would be nice if you have a copy, because you'll be looking at what our thoughts were. And if you could read that, and read what's on the website about the classification, you could see, oh, so a few South Africans have looked at this and thought, and I think I want to join that group of South Africans. Or, no, they haven't gone far enough. In which case, as it moves on, tell us how far we need to go.
I know the two other like to at least create space for another round of questions. So, Bibi, are you happy to hold for now? Dai, happy to hold? Dr. Matutu, can I take another round? Or do you want to jump in?
There's a question which has not been responded to.
Please.
in this.
Please proceed.
I think the question about who are we supposed to be having to do the translation of research, which was being asked there, is quite a crucial one. The whole issue of engaged research in this particular case, the understanding of engaged research is where one works with communities in problem identification, sometimes starting at that stage and working with them in the resolution of the problems and getting them to participate. Sometimes it's called citizenship science and so on, where you work with communities and they do their part while there, and you do yours to get to some kind of a common solution. And there's something about Kenya which I appreciated so much. When we look at our research outputs as South Africa, you find out that our numbers are quite big, of course, and theirs are quite small. But when you look at their research impact is higher than ours. And when I asked a group of vice chancellors who came in about what is this thing that you do which make your research impact to be so high than ours, they spoke about a dissemination plan at the beginning of getting their research done. So the proposal includes this dissemination plan, the partners, of course, who are going to be involved in the research and so on. And you have mentioned that this may be a blue sky kind of research, which we agree to. But if you have a section such as the one that we have here at Rhodes, that we're talking about on community engagement, you will find your people who are specialists in policy development within the university. Now, the question is, are the incentives of a university in terms of promotion and so on recognizing this kind of work as a critical component of the work to be done? Because there's no way in which someone from outside is going to come and look at your research and want to develop a policy around it without you having to work with them. And it need not be you physically. It can be a whole ecosystem which is understanding the fact that if you are working in this critical component of psychology which deals with all kind of vulnerable groups and so on, it is important that we have someone within the team who can do ABCD. Firstly, trying to understand from governments, from the public, the kind of policies which are useful for them, and then looking at the research which is happening broadly within a university, and what kind of policy proposals or policy briefs can flow so that the information is properly disseminated to those who need it most. I think that component is an area that we all look into. Engagement in that sense, the co-creation, working together, and even evaluation panels of funding institutions which constitute of partly the proposed users of what is being proposed as research.
Thanks very much, Doctor. We have time for two more questions, unfortunately. I've seen the hand shot up. But please indulge me as we try to create space. I'm so sorry if we can't take all the hands. Sir, over here, I've seen your hand jump up already, so I'll take you there. I'll do a question over there, and then Dr. Maestri, I think you'll probably give me a hiding if I don't squeeze you. We'll have you as the last question, then we'll close. So first
Us two will give you a hiding if you don't.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Harlan Kluter. I'm from the University of the Free State. I just wanted to touch on my research focus is on local government. Now, given the complexities of South Africa's problems, I think there's a lot of engagement or research for the sake of research. Now, the advocacy role, I think and I think the previous speaker touched on that in terms of the impact. I think there's a big advocacy role that we are overlooking, and the activist role as well, given the complexities of South Africa. I don't think you can be an engaged scholar without being an activist. You know, it comes from a deep sense and place of the greater good, and using my privileged position in society to unlock and to create that type of knowledge that liberates people. I don't even think that you can force engaged scholarship on people, you know. And so I would like your thoughts around the advocacy work and the activist role that you play as an academic in an institution, because it must come from this deep belief that my privileged position I use to liberate others, or to use knowledge to liberate others.
Through you, Chairperson, it has been brought to my attention that the tea break has been delayed because of logistics. So you are allowed, with your discretion, to take two or three hands. Thank you.
So there's space for one more question. The gentleman over there is hand is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Renee. I'm from Stellenbosch University. I have a part A and a part B. So at Stellenbosch, we have traded community engagement and community interaction for social impact, which is quite a corporatist paradigm in my understanding. I mean, one can do brilliant social impact with zero community engagement in the absence of strong community engagement indicators. How does one navigate that to still have community engagement maybe as methodology towards social impact, you know? So yeah, I'm going to leave that question with you. And then for Dr. Morales, you spoke about applying the Carnegie framework to specific, is there space to critique the institutional culture before the application when that culture is not, how do I put it, transformed enough to apply to the culture as is? Thanks.
Cesar Mabena here. Thank you for the presentation. It was great. But I've got few questions, 3 to be precise. One, first question is, which license are you using for your framework, classification framework? Is it Creative Commons? If so, why then can we not work on our definitions of community engagement as institutions to do our own definition of it if it's under Creative Commons? Then number 3, I wanted to know the benefits of using the classification system or the framework that you have in terms of going to the communities. Does it enhance the institution in terms of working with them if we are using this framework, or the funding as well? But you mentioned it that you are still engaging with the industry in terms of funding. That you have answered. Thanks.
Mine isn't a question, it's actually a bit of a concern, because what we are doing in looking at how do we check on what work we are doing with the community, we're still concerned about us as an institution, as academics, and as, I think, as Marisol said, the practice of community engagement. My concern is this, is who is speaking for what Darren said, mentioned the community partner. Okay, community engagement is meant to contribute to community development. Most of the people in the field of community engagement do not have a qualification in community development. Okay, so when we are going out to the community, how sure are we that even if it is through engaged research, through service learning, through engaged citizenry or volunteerism, that we are not causing any harm to the community? That is my concern about having, you can call it a measurement tool, we can call it a classification, we can give it whatever name we want. But what it should do is prevent us from doing any harm to the community. And that is the first priority. It's not about our publication, it's not about where we stand as researchers. Community engagement is about this relationship with communities, and it is about transformation and development. And I think that is the premise from where we should actually start looking at, why do we need something like this? How do we gauge the kind of work we are doing, and how effective is it? Are we making a change? Are we making a difference? Or are we just reproducing what has been? It's something that Andre spoke about this morning. And if we paid careful attention to the word university, criminality, university has been criminal in doing research over and over and over again with communities. Communities are tired of academics coming to them. They are research fatigued. So please, let's start thinking about this to actually evaluate the work we are doing with communities, not about how we can be use it as a management tool, use it for the institution. Let's just look at it from the communities that we are working with. Okay? So it's not a question, it's just a big concern that I have about how we are looking at this approach. And I did go through the entire classification, for want of a better word right now, tool. And there's a lot there about how do we work with communities? You know, how do we approach communities? How do we work with communities? We should be adding it's like what Andre said, our own reflection on what we are doing, our self-knowledge in working with communities. So please just look at it from a different angle, from a different premise. Thank you.
Thank you so much for including my question. So I run a task team. It's called the Societal Impact Task Team, and it's kind of like a whole lot of masters, honors students, some postdocs, and then we do have some professors that are on it as well that help lead our community engagement efforts within our department, because it's something that we really value in our department. We're research intensive, so health faculty, health sciences. But my question kind of links to what the previous speaker was saying, where there was a lot of mention of policy and how we need to put that into sort of KPAs when we're looking at promotions. And I just wanted to ask, what other measures can we put in place so that this doesn't become something that academics do to benefit themselves? Because including it in those KPAs and making it a sort of tick box exercise can take away from the whole point of community engagement in the first place. And it sounds like there's a lot of really great things in this framework that bring in the partners themselves, the community partners, asking them how are they involved, having that questionnaire. But so what sort of like checkpoints do we put in place in these policies, in these reviews, that help make sure that we're not going into communities and over engaging with them, or like going there and just taking knowledge from them for our own benefit, saying that we did this great thing, writing a whole lot of papers about community engagement where our names go on but the community members' names don't go on, even if it is a co-creation project. Like, how are we making sure that that doesn't happen? Because in the end, we're going to put all of these new policies in place, and all it's going to do is add to the criminality of the universities, and the communities are just going to lose once again.
All right, thank you very much. Many questions, and I'll touch briefly on the necessity of prioritizing the role of activist and activist approach within the framework, relationship between scenes and methodology to engage research. Specifically, a question for you, Dr. Morales, on critiquing institutional culture in relation to this framework. Another question for you, what license is used for this framework? If it's Creative Commons, why can't we do a similar thing ourselves? Again, the benefits of utilizing this system. Dr. Maitri is concerned in around the point of perspective and assessment of this framework. Is it going to assess how we work with communities? And then the last question here being around what are the measures that can be put in place to protect from something like this, if it's adopted, becoming a tick box exercise. These are just some of the themes that we're touched on. I'm going to invite each of the panelists, you have 2 minutes max to share some thoughts and maybe even a closing remark, after which we'll tidy up the discussion. We'll start with you, Dr.
Okay. So I'm going to have to come back to you because. So I will say that community is very much centered in this application. Again, the application is available online. We use an application called GivePulse to host. It's called GivePulse. They are a tracking system for community engagement in the U.S., but we work with them specifically for this application. So our community engagement classification for the U.S. is housed there. Australia, Canada, our leadership for public purpose is all housed through this. You all can develop your own framework. I mean, it is if this is useful to you, if you want to have the Carnegie name because there might be some recognition that comes with that or whatever, then that's where we would engage with the process, and there's some other kind of responsibilities tied to being in that partnership. But if you all want to go through an exercise and develop one that's just South African, like, do you? But this is an opportunity, I think, to be connected to other folks who are thinking about this deeply. I will say that if you look at the application, there is nothing about it that is a tick box. Like, it is a rigorous assessment of an institution's commitment. And it takes a lot of work and conversation and hard conversations within the institution. It asks about your practices with the community partners. How do you know? Where's community voice in assessing that you're doing the work well, that you're achieving the outcomes? The piece that I was saying about policy was primarily because what we were seeing in the U.S. with activist scholars who were doing this work is that in order for them to get tenure, they did their community engagement on the side, and none of that work was counted for their tenure promotion. And so it was a way to legitimize the work that they were doing with the community in the formal structures of the institution. And so it's never meant, and it's not structured in a way that it gives them extra, about giving extra points. It's about where are the institutional policies that support faculty who want to do this kind of engaged research when they were being ostracized or not counted, or them questioning the validity of their research in connection with the community. And so that's how some of that developed. I will say that within the application itself, it also gives institutions an opportunity to talk about their local context, to talk about their community. This is a peer-reviewed application, and so it is your own peers looking at the work. It's a set of standards of questions. It's a set of threshold questions that an institution has to achieve. It talks about the money that an institution commits to this work. It talks about the recognition. It talks about how you're developing students, what kind of faculty development you have. So it's asking all of these really hard questions to institutions because it is an institutional recognition. The way you all develop it, and we encourage in our training for the teams at an institution to include a community partner to have that voice, to include students in developing the application and responding to the application. So it is a very robust application. And then you adapt to your local context. Did I get everything? Institutional culture. So I will say there are many institutions who have their marketing and public relations folks fill this application out. Those institutions do not tend to get classified because we want you to identify the areas where your institution is falling short. Again, this is a self-study. And again, this came from people who do community engagement work. So if you're not stumbling over this, if you're not making mistakes, if you're not taking this as an opportunity to learn, then you're not doing community engagement. And so I think that kind of institutional critique is built in. There's also a section at the end that asks you to reflect on the process and address anything that hasn't come out. And, I think it also gives the opportunity to tell the truth about where an institution is at. You may be here on this, you may be here on that. You've identified gaps that you're going to work on addressing. You also have a certain number of data years to report on, right? So it's not what the institution has done since its creation, it's a set number of data years, typically 3, that you report on for the application. But we want you to use this as a truth-telling exercise for your institution, right? Again, this is embedded in this idea of continuous improvement. And we know that our institutions have reputations of harm with the community. If you're not interrogating that, then you're not doing community engagement well, and this is really about doing community engagement well, so that we're not having these problems that Margie had talked about, the research fatigue that we're putting on our communities, the extraction models that we've historically put. This hopefully is serving as a counterbalance to the ways our institutions have typically worked in relation to communities.
Thank you. Firstly, if we do participate in this, we'll be the first country from the Global South to do so. Now, for some people, oh, okay, so what does first mean? No, don't focus on the first, the Global South. Our contexts are very different from the Global North, whether you like to admit that or not. We can have an argument about it outside of this session. Once that's done, hopefully a number of others, they're speaking to Thailand, Vietnam, Latin American countries, further north on this continent, to get into the groove of community engagement for us means this. Radical for some, ordinary for others. Speaking of which, we will be part of the process of assessing each other's submissions. That's how the CHE works, right? So we will be, we including community by the way, looking at the submission. We will then, through them, produce a report, and there's one or two things that could happen. Oh, they said no. It's not a competition. It's, okay, what do, wow. When your peers tell you that you may think that you're an engaged scholar, but in fact what you are is an imitator, an imposter. Well then wake up and smell the coffee, it's burning. When your peers tell you that you are doing a sterling job in foregrounding community in the work that you're doing, whether you call it community engagement or not. Wow, what an accolade, especially if those peers are not scholars. And finally, in some of the work that we've been doing, and the grey-haired woman who was verbal just now is my guru and my tutor. If people, let's call them people, are comfortable enough to approach you, knowing where you work in a university, and they can ignore the ivory tower, and they can see you for who you are, half the work of community-based participatory research is done. Because they are coming to you. They're not coming to the university, they're coming to you. They have learned who you are and how you behave. And they don't see the snob who has ivory in his ear or coming out of his nose And they realize that you're one of those people who, every time the term ivory tower is used, I think dead elephants. And when they respect that, half the work is done. All you're doing now, okay, let's now give agency to each other. Speak. When the work of community engagement is not taking place, forgive me, in places like this, but in school halls where people come and they don't really know why they're here, and when they leave thinking, thank goodness I came. Then, if that makes its way onto the pages of the submissions in some way, oh man, if this happens in my lifetime, I'm looking forward to the first set of the results where, okay, there's some no's. Why? What can we learn? There's some yeses. Why? What can we learn?
Thank you. So what do you say after an activist speaking like that? So Northwest University didn't use the Carnegie classification because we weren't aware of it at that time. So we used the rubric by Andrew Furco, which was published in 1999 by the University of Berkeley, California. And I asked Andy to send me his updated version, which is free, in 2022. And he sent it by email last week. So you can go and have a look at some 3 other options to look at institutionalization and implementation with sectors that includes community participation as well and how you work with your communities. Then, in addition to that, I just want to frame the idea of policy and storytelling. I told you a story that relates to an academic environment, because some of our impacts, there are about 9 different types of impacts that you can have in a community when you start engaging. And they can even be unpacked into different elements of impact. But in an academic storytelling process where the story that I told you about my husband, whose policy influence saved the lives of 2.5 billion people in the world, is actually a real impact, which is the commodity of a university. And we go back to the idea of storytelling, and we get our communities to tell the stories of the difference our universities has made in our lives. And we can say that I went to see Di Hornby and her team. And they actually took us through a digital storytelling workshop. And I made a TikTok video that made this difference. Then we're starting to talk about real engagement. And who is then responsible for the policy dissemination? That comes afterwards. Because the media will follow the good stories when they really start to make a difference. And I think that's where we want to go towards. And then I think, just lastly, you know, our professor from USAF, I was asked for the 2 stories from my institution on social impact. And one of the guys in the academic environment phoned me and said, Bibi, so which template do I use to report on this? And I said, but there isn't a template for that. I want to know what difference your story made in your community, from the angle of your community partner, from the academic partner side, from the student side, and from the funder side. Then we have the whole picture. And I think that's where we have to go. We have to collect qualitative information in an abductive way, and we have to put it into a scientific formula that contributes to engaged scholarship. However, it's about the difference you're making in real lives of real people. And if we can get beyond that, whatever tool we're using, we've got a lot to offer. And then just there was somebody that asked, if I'm a resource-poor university, how do I go about it? You probably have a library full of dissertations and scripts that is not disseminated, that's not researched or has been researched but is then stuck onto the library shelves, that can be shared amongst your community partners, and that can also make a difference.
Whenever I grapple with something, I often just go back to the beginning and ask why. What's the purpose of higher education? Now, if we exist for the public good, at least then we're happily moving away existing for the private good. But what does that really mean to exist for the public good? And what's the role then of community engagement in that? If you think community engagement was introduced back in the white paper for the transformation of higher education, then you get some sort of understanding that community engagement's role then is to help universities become more developmental and transformative in the work that they do. And then you look at where does community engagement manifest itself across the university? And you look at the forms of community engagement in teaching. So making that shift in teaching around just to teach for a job at the end, that very narrow, quite economistic way of thinking about it, to thinking about how might we create spaces in teaching where you can match a need of a community with the learning outcomes of students and create this incredibly rich environment where they can take theories out into the community, rework them, take them back into the classroom, and have much deeper and richer discussions. In the research space, when I started here 12 years ago, some of the academics said, the space is over-researched, they're tired. And I said, it can't be. Because if a research is making an impact, they should be knocking your door down to say we want more. But it's how we research. We go, we collect knowledge, we call it data, we come back, we turn it into knowledge, and we publish it, rather than working with people. And co-creating knowledge. So in the research space, it becomes about participating, about doing things with people rather than on or for people, about thinking about the ethics of taking somebody's knowledge and going away and writing it up and, publishing it, and then not even recognizing them. In the engaged citizenry space, that's such a critical space that we work in. How do you create spaces for young people to grow into these that we want for the university? We're saying now we want to grow young people for life and for living and to make a living. So if it's about growing them for life, what kind of graduate attributes must they leave the university with then? And what profound spaces can be created when you partner in deep, meaningful ways with community partners in order to create the opportunity for them, and at the same time, the community benefits. And then if social innovation is another one of your forms of community engagement, how then do you begin to build those? So none of all of those forms will happen unless we start building meaningful, deep community partnerships and building those bridges. Not once off, can I do a research on you? Can we paint your walls? Something much deeper. So how do we begin to build those partnerships to create mutually beneficial, reciprocal partners? How do we co-create knowledge with our partners? Power plays itself out beautifully when you are genuine partners. And this classification is an opportunity to start doing that, to start putting our heads together. There's incredible stuff happening across this country in community engagement. But the power isn't, and the impact isn't felt as much as it should be because we aren't moving forward together. And for me, this is an opportunity for us collectively to move forward to get the impact that community engagement can have on the transformation and development of higher education institutions in this country. So that's for me what really draws me to the space. We might at the end of the process say to Marisol, no, this is not for us. But to have got there will have brought us all together in a very coherent way. And it will, then there would be energy in that. There'll be nothing stopping us after that.
Thank you very much. For me, it's just to thank the institution, thank Marisol for entertaining and investing in the interest that we have in the tool. And also the colleagues who are here with the understanding that what is being created is a very, very strong structure which will stand and also drive the community engagement agenda within the South African context. I've mentioned our deficiencies, and these are areas that we'll have to work on together. And I've mentioned some of the positive aspects of a tool like this. There are people who are deciphering between community engagement and the broader societal impact, or they call them it's social impact in this particular case. Unfortunately, the definition is quite broad and it may encompass all these aspects. So if you want to do if you want to decipher within the institution, perhaps those are areas that one can look at in adapting and so on, if that's what you want. But certainly the tool itself, as it has been mentioned, one thing it's not doing is to refine the definition. The definition is quite open. The community engagement, it looks at local, regional, global engagement. Thanks.
Thank you very much to the whole panel. Thank you for your time and your comments. Thank you to everyone for participating too. I believe everyone is still here for the next 2 days, and Di and the team have been very deliberate in creating spaces for more engagement, so please utilize them. Dr. Stacey, I think you have some announcements to make before we break the tea.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the interest of time, can I please ask that we not break for tea now and continue with the presentations? I'll call up Kolo to introduce our next guest.
Stakeholders in social and environmental sustainability and justice. Through various integrated, engaged teaching and research activities, Dr. Coburn has pioneered a transdisciplinary and holistic approach to community engagement, which is rich and inspiring. Her conceptualization of transdisciplinarity as a personal and professional practice situated at the nexus of science, society, and self has informed her engaged research as well as engaged teaching in the form of service learning. Jessica's transdisciplinarity and integrated methodologies, characterized as organic processes of seamlessly integrating engagement into both teaching and research, have been evolutionary and inclusive. The partnerships forged with diverse community stakeholders are characterized by mutual reciprocity and collaboration. As we gather here this evening, we reflect on Jessica's transformative work in the community of Makanda. Her innovative approach to teaching and research has fostered meaningful partnerships with community organizations, such as River Rescue, the Tsitsa River catchment, and more recently, the team at Assegai Trails, paving the way for collaborative efforts aimed at sustainable development and environmental conservation. Her involvement in various community projects also provides testimony to how community engagement has evolved at Rhodes University. She has applied teaching, learning, and research resources to meet community needs, to specifically confront the pressing social, ecological sustainability crisis the community faces. Balancing the advancement of teaching and research with community development with remarkable synergy, Dr. Coburn is recognized by her students, colleagues, and community partners as deeply aware of the importance of context, connections, and care. And these ideas are core to her personal, or ideals are core to her personal philosophy as an academic. Dr. Coben was initially just a volunteer at River Rescue, a small local volunteer-based organization which started in Makanda in early 2020 to clean the rivers in the city of Makanda. The aim of River Rescue is to restore the link between our rivers and our people. Jessica's role is now facilitator of a learning partnership between River Rescue and the Department of Environmental Science. Through her pioneering methodologies and collaborative initiatives, Jessica has also empowered her students to become active participants in addressing pressing social and ecological challenges facing our society. Her commitment to experiential learning and transdisciplinary research has broadened students' horizons and made a tangible difference in the communities they serve. Environmental science honor students participate as volunteers in cleanups. They bring their knowledge of environmental science into discussion and planning of river rescue activities. Students develop their own specific projects to benefit river rescue, such as social media campaigns, mapping activities, and educational outreach activities. This project contributes to the transformation of the way in which local rivers are managed and cared for, the way in which local residents interact with and relate to the river. The relationships between the university and the local community and physical environment, students at a personal level, in terms of personal growth and skills and knowledge beyond what they get in a formal classroom setting. That is what this project contributes. The River Rescue team was honored for their critical role in this core learning partnership by receiving the Rhodes University Community Engagement Partner of the Year Award in 2023. Complementing this teaching initiative is Dr. Coben's engaged research, which focuses on landscapes, linkages, and learning, and ultimately aims to conserve the watercourses of Makanda and the broader landscapes of the Eastern Cape, such as the Tsitsa project. The Tsitsa project was a large collaborative project that started in 2014, involving numerous stakeholders, including researchers, local community members, natural resource managers, policymakers, local NGOs, and others. The project goal was to bring together a range of stakeholders to collectively work towards more sustainable landscape management and rural livelihoods development in the Tsitsa River catchment. Jessica continues to expand and evolve her community engagement activities. Currently, she is reworking, together with her colleagues, a practical component of the environmental science third-year course on environmental management concepts and methods, where students are introduced to basic research tools to inform and support environmental management in response to the needs of the community partner Assegai Trails. Tonight, we celebrate Dr. Coben's unwavering dedication to the public good and her profound impact on our university and beyond. We congratulate her on being the recipient of this prestigious award. Now, ladies, gentlemen, and others who do not subscribe, distinguished guests, it is my honor and privilege to invite Dr. Jessica Coben to present her Distinguished Community Engagement Award lecture titled Engaged Research and Teaching for the Public Good, the interconnection of head, heart, and hands. Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica, over to you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm wondering if I can put this a bit higher so I don't stoop. Good evening, everybody. Yep. Thank you so much for all being here. It's a real honor to stand here and address you and to have received this award. When I got the award, I thought, oh, it's too soon. The work's just started. But in reflecting on it, it is a really wonderful encouragement to continue with this work and to share it more widely. And as Di said, to hopefully share my experiences and lessons so that others may be inspired to do similar work as well. So thank you so much for being here. And it's also really wonderful to be integrated into the Community Engagement Conference. I hope you've all had a wonderful time. And let's go. So, Pracademic in training, working at the interface of theory and practice to address the intertwined challenges of ecosystem sustainability and social justice. This is the short biography which I wrote when I first subscribed to Twitter, now X, in 2014. 10 years since I wrote this Twitter bio seems a fitting time to reflect on how my training as a pracademic is progressing. This year also marks 20 years since I began my undergrad degree at Rhodes University. There's much to be thankful for and much to celebrate. And in that vein, I want to start by celebrating and thanking my mom, Stella, for being here. She commented earlier about how she remembers dropping me off at Atherston House 20 years ago and me sitting nervously on the wall. Well, much has happened since then. So the way I now see my work as a pracademic is situated at the nexus of research and teaching in environmental science. And I'm truly grateful for our Madam DVC for reading the citation. She's done a lot of the introductory work for me, so I'm able to skip ahead a little bit on some of the preliminaries. So the lecture here is a personal reflection on my journey so far as a pracademic or engaged researcher and teacher, where I've been actively seeking ways to link theory and practice, thinking and doing, thinking and actions, knowing and doing. So in higher education, we're tasked with conducting research and teaching and producing knowledge. And often research and teaching are complemented by a third so-called pillar, I don't agree with that term, of societal or community engagement. For me, it's different. I see societal engagement as the foundation for my work as a researcher and teacher, especially in my discipline as environmental science. One can't do real good environmental science in a disengaged way. So for me, it's the foundation, and it's the societal engagements are the thing that bring to life my work as an environmental scientist. So I've been really fortunate to partner with a range of different research projects and work in a range of different teaching contexts, courses, curricula, etc. And unfortunately, I won't be able to speak to all of them this evening. So what I'll be doing is just to try and focus on the two spaces in which I've had the most growth and learning in terms of my work as an engaged researcher and teacher, which are the Tsitsa project, so that has primarily been a research process, and the River Rescue partnership, which has been primarily a teaching process. But of course, the two, research and teaching, must inform one another as well. So I will continue now with a few photographs and themes that I've drawn out of my experiences in these two partnerships and learning spaces. So the first is the Tsitsa project. The Tsitsa project began in around 2014. It's based in the Northeastern Cape in the Tsitsa River catchment. It was a sustainable land management initiative, initially designed and initiated to reduce erosion of land because there were plans for a big dam. The ribbon was cut by 2 presidents ago. The dam has still not materialized. And what quickly became apparent was that what was more useful and meaningful was for the project to look at sustainable landscape management for the benefit of local residents, the community members, people who live in the Tsitsa catchment. And so, thank you. We're back where we were. Okay. And so the TITSA project, its vision is to work, well, I'm not going to read the whole vision, but the vision is to generate benefits and share collaboratively the landscape from a social ecological perspective for the sake of the residents who live there. And so it was strongly framed as a partnership between researchers, natural resource managers, and residents. And it went on for about 6 or 7 years. It was funded by the Department of Fisheries, Forestry, and the Environment. Unfortunately, the funding didn't go as long as we'd hoped, so we had some difficulties in kind of rounding off the project unexpectedly. But we learned a huge amount in this project, and we built some really important relationships. And one of the relationships is what I want to talk about, is the photograph on the screen. 2 of the people here, or 3 of the people here, are from the Department of Fisheries, Forestry, and Environment, so they're natural resource managers, decision makers in the government department responsible for natural resource management. And the woman in the life jacket is Grace Saunders. She is a citizen technician, and she was trained to collect data on sediment in the river so that we could understand the sediment dynamics, how the sand and the mud moves in the landscape. And this is her demonstrating and showing her skills. So one of the big things we learned in the TITSA project was that the project's research needs to benefit local communities. It needs to be of meaning to them, not just financial. So I co-supervised a master student, Nosim Tati, who worked alongside the citizen technicians. She was the coordinator. And she also studied this process of coordinating and working with them. And it became clear that the benefits for the citizen scientists were not just about money and having a job, but it was about learning new skills, and it was about working with others. It was about understanding how the university works. And very, very importantly, it was about respectful relationships. They actually identified that as a benefit of the project, respectful relationships. And so that has been a really important lesson for all of us. And for me, it comes around to this idea of practice. What is practice? So we often treat practice as something, as academics, that's something that happens out there. But no, practice is something we all do. It's what we do. And as academics who are doing engaged research, respectful relationships become core to our practice. And so how we go about things and how we engage with people becomes a really important way of being, not just doing, but being as well. So that brings me to the next photograph, respect. One of the ways in which we learned these lessons in the TITSA project was to shift the way the meetings were run. Very practical things. The first meeting was called a science management meeting. The project meeting was held in the Barrett Lecture Theatre at Rhodes University. And by the end of the life of the project, 5-6 years down the line, that meeting was run in English, of course, with lots of PowerPoint presentations. By the end of the project, we were running our meetings in the catchment, in isiXhosa, the scientists sitting at the back wondering what the hell is going on. And we had realized how important it was to do that. It took 6 years, it's a little bit embarrassing, but anyway, we got there, and we learned how important it was to respect people and to work in the local language and to be contextually sensitive. And those are things that can now be sort of taken forward in terms of how other projects are run. So yeah, language really matters, and how we work with people. And at this point, I just want to mention a few of the most important people in terms of my working relationships who've helped me in this process. Eureka Rosenberg, Tally Palmer, Margaret Wolf, Nosiseko Mtati, Harry Biggs, Monde Nchutu, Laura Kondeala, and many, many others. But without their relationships and their support, we wouldn't be where we ended up in this project. Then we move on to River Rescue. So River Rescue, as you've heard in the citation, has been going since 2020, and I saw it as an opportunity to link my personal interests in wanting to clean up rivers, do something in the local community with my teaching work. And so we designed and have implemented now for 5 years a service learning program with our honours students. And one of the core processes that holds that program together is reflection. We reflect with the students. The students themselves reflect in terms of writing reports, journal entries, reflection reports, and then reflect with our partners. And that's been a really important growing space for me as well, is to how to facilitate those kinds of reflections. So what do we reflect on? Well, we reflect on cleaning the rivers. If any of you have lived in a small town in South Africa any time in the last 5 years, you'll know that almost all the rivers in South Africa in our small towns are trashed. They're a mess. So cleaning these rivers is really hard work. And it's really tough, emotionally tough. So one of the benefits we're seeing from embedding reflection in this teaching process is that it helps students to articulate their emotions and learn to feel them and be with those emotions. The kind of overwhelm, the despair that comes with going back again and cleaning the same patch of river again and again and wondering why the sewage is still flowing freely 5 meters away from somebody's home. That's hard stuff to sit with. So the reflective processes help us to acknowledge those feelings and work with them in a productive way. So that's just one of the benefits of reflection. Another really important one is actually making sense of our experience and learning from them. And so the reflective practice that we're instilling or supporting our students to build is a lifelong skill that will take them well beyond the life of their work as academics or as students in the university. So the next thing I wanted to do, and I hope my notes are here, is to read a little excerpt from an essay that I wrote about my experiences in river rescue. Excuse me. Sure, you guys are so quiet and attentive. It's unbelievable. Thank you for the laughs. So in 2020 and 2021, I was really fortunate to be a participant on a short course on reflective social practice, which we participated in a partnership between the Proteus Initiative and the Environmental Learning Research Center at Rhodes University. And one of our assignments was to write a portrayal. And a portrayal is a kind of reflective essay based on a phenomenological approach to the world, which is very different to the way I was trained as a scientist. So it was quite something for me to learn this new and different way of reflecting and writing. So here we go. This is one little chapter from the essay. The title of the chapter, How Can I Claim to Be a Knower of Things and Also Not Know at All? I've been leading a group of environmental science honours students who are participating in river rescue as a service learning activity. We've incorporated service learning into the honours course to teach students the importance of science with society, to link theory and practice, and to contribute to addressing local environmental problems. The students have by now, mid-August 2021, participated in a few cleanups. I've had some chats with them at the cleanup events. This is an opportunity for us to meet on campus now and reflect together. We sit on the lawns outside the department in the fading evening light. It gets colder as we sit there. It's such a difficult conversation. I can see that they want to be optimistic and enthusiastic. They express a need to want to do something real and helpful. Yet they're also questioning, as I am, why we're doing this, what the point is, and how one can maybe address these issues in a better way. I feel them looking to me for clarity, for some guidance, and I can't give them that. I tell them, honestly, how I feel about river rescue. The feelings of overwhelm, uncertainty about what we're doing. I speak about the time when Julian, my husband, came along to the cleanup and the stinking sewage in the river made him feel physically ill and he almost vomited. I talk about how the rubbish keeps coming. People do not see this as a river, but as a sewage ditch, as a completely logical place to throw your rubbish in the absence of alternatives. Are we rescuing a river if people don't see it as a river? That feels hard as a scientist of the environment, as their teacher, as someone who's expected to know and offer solutions, to feel helpless. Ours is a solution-oriented discipline, after all. I acknowledge that I feel the enormity of the problem, that I'm filled with doubt, often, about what we're doing and why we're doing it. As I share these feelings, my body gets tight, my voice catches in my throat. I take a moment to pause and look down, gather myself. There's silence. We feel it getting cooler. I wish I'd brought a jersey. The students respond, eventually, and begin to express their own questions and doubts. Is it fair to blame the community? How can we change their mindsets? Isn't this all the municipality's fault? Should River Rescue fundraise and provide more skips for people to throw their rubbish into? Shouldn't the government pay for this? What is the point anyway? I feel gratified that they're asking these questions, expressing their uncertainties, struggling with what they have experienced. If students are learning to become environmental scientists, then part of that learning is for them to feel the emotions that come with really seeing and confronting these messy, desperate, and difficult problems. Here we sit in the fading light of a cool evening, a group of young scientists, having to just be okay with the uncertainty and the not knowing. We will continue waking up every other Saturday to stare into the face of the monster that is environmental destruction, social injustice, and government failure. Filling up one bucket after the next, one skip after the next, even though we don't know why. But the why for me is this. It's togetherness. Because we're not alone. We're doing it together. This is a lamppost that came out of the river. Don't ask why. Lampposts in the river, who knows? One of many, many different interesting items that we've come across. Helen and Margaret can come up with a long list. Philip, Fiona, June, they're also all here. And these are the children that show up to help us haul the lampposts out of the river. And we get so much joy from working with the children, and they get so much joy from doing something fun. It's fun. This is Zolega Matiso. I'd like to take a moment now just to thank some of my students. I've roped in my students to do research alongside us in this process. So Zolega did her honors with us 3 years ago. Alex Collett also did her honors with us. Marco Nkwazi did his honors in the River Rescue Program. He's continuing now into a master's. So it's been a really important space for me to also work with students and grapple with these hard questions as junior researchers, as it were. So the next theme and idea that's really important is warmth. And the man playing soccer here in the photo is one of the warmest humans I know, Mwande Nchutu. He's here. Mwande, please wave. Where is he? Maybe he's not here. There he is. No, he's not. I thought he was. Where's he? Okay, he was around. Anyway, shame. Utata Mwande. He's a technician in our department and does a lot of community facilitation work. And here he is in the Tsitsa catchment playing soccer with the children, because this is community engagement. Having relationships, connecting with people, having fun, and having that human warmth, that authentic human connection is what really makes this work count and what makes it valuable for us, for our partners, for our students. And so the lesson here for me is for us to both intentionally create and cultivate opportunities for this human warmth, but also to look out for the unexpected opportunities for human connection and warmth in our work. And one of the most important things to do there is to take time with people, to eat and drink together, to sing together, to play together, to pray together, and to listen. And as scientists, that's not something that always comes very naturally, and I've had to work quite hard at cultivating that. And to have fun. So here are some of our friends from River Rescue also here with us today, June, Fiona, Zomzi, and Previn. Previn Chetty was a big friend of ours in River Rescue, a big friend of the river. He sadly passed away just over a month ago. We miss you dearly, Previn. And yeah, we've had a lot of fun in amongst the muck and mud and despair. And that's really what makes it keep going, what makes us keep going. So I want to now come to this idea of lifeblood. So head, heart, and hands have come through in some of what I've described. The head part is the science, the frameworks, the concepts, the theories, the methods. What we do as scientists is very much in our heads. It's important, it's necessary. We need to build that knowledge, but we can't do it in a disconnected way. So we need to employ our hands. We need to pull on our red gumboots and red gloves. Well, the gumboots are not always red, but the gloves are always red. Those are the best gloves. We've all figured this out. Then the Buco staff know already when we come in, the red gloves. So pull on your red gloves, get your hands dirty. This is how we build knowledge in a complex, uncertain environment. This is how we act together with others. And the heart, as I've said, the emotions that come with this, both the difficult emotions and also the fun and the warm emotions, that's what makes these relationships come alive, and that's what makes them help us keep going. So all of those are important, but to me what's more important is actually the lifeblood, because the lifeblood, the circulation in our bodies, is what connects it all and keeps it all going. And the rivers are the lifeblood of the planet, and this is quoting Helen Holloman. She's got so many wise words. It's so fun hanging out with her. She's so quotable. So this is a picture of Helen, Zomzi, and Previn, and myself, and the ubiquitous children having a chat at the river. That doesn't look very lively, does it? It's all canalized up. It's all concreted up. Yet the river keeps moving. It's incredible. The river keeps moving. And that's the idea of lifeblood that's so important to me. And I want to relate that to this idea of practice. The practice needs to stay alive, to keep moving. Remember, as I said, practice is this idea of how we do things and how we are, our way of being. So we need to keep moving and keep practicing, even when it's hard, even when we don't know what we're doing and when we can't answer our students' questions. We need to keep moving and learn from the river. And Helen also always describes how the river will go over things and under things. And this is why one of the most important things we do when we're cleaning the river is to try and get the water moving again. And one of the chapters, I will resist reading you another chapter from my essay, but it was about a day when we tried to unblock a channel under the road and how we pushed and pulled and found old mattresses and tires and wires. And we're like, yeah, we've unblocked the channel, and then there was a blockage on the other side, and you have to run around to the other side and unblock the next channel. Juna's grinning, she knows. This is what we do, to keep the river moving. So yeah, for us in our practice as well, is to keep reflecting and to keep the practice moving. Then the idea of enough. And like I said, Helen's very quotable and a great inspiration to me. Last year, after I'd come back to work from maternity leave, I gave birth to our son Jonah 2 years ago. Don't worry, here's a picture of him coming. I came back to work and it was completely overwhelming, and it still is mostly, hence the keep moving idea. But I was in my office and I was meeting with Helen to talk about how we're going to do service learning. I'm back at work and the show must go on. And I said, I don't know if I can do this, Helen. I'm dropping balls all the time. I'm late with everything. I'm keeping people waiting. I forget things. I'm tired. I make mistakes. It's terrible. It's just, I don't know if I can do this. Maybe we should call it off. And Helen said, no. I've learned long ago, Jess, if a job is worth doing, it's worth doing badly. And here we are. If this is a job worth doing, thank you, Helen, for keeping us going. So good enough is the thing here. The world's problems are huge, complex, and overwhelming. We cannot fix them. We cannot take them all on, and we need to just be good enough to do something well enough. And the picture here is from Towerland, which is a very special place. That's where we went for the Reflective Social Practice course. It's in the Southern Cape near Mossel Bay. And we had a very special moment there where we were up on a mountain watching the sunrise on the far left of the photo and the moonrise on the right. And thanks to Lizanne for the photo. It's her photo. And I had this moment of realization that it was impossible for me to look at the moon rising and the sun setting at the same time. They're both going on, but you can't look at them both. So that's for me capturing this idea of enough. It's enough to just pick one. I'm going to look at the moon and enjoy the moon and know that the sun is setting, and I can't see the sun, but I'm watching the moon, and that is enough. So pick the thing you're going to do and know that there's other stuff going on, but this is enough. And there's Jonah. I would love to have brought Jonah here tonight, but I would not have been able to give this lecture. It would have been a completely different story. This photograph was taken last weekend, and it's Jonah reminding me that mud is fun. Mud is not all bad, not all stinky, not all sewage, not all municipal failure, not all uncertainty, not all scientists doesn't know what they're doing. Mud is fun. And we can learn so much from children, and I'm learning so much as a mother from Jonah, about just being present, and that is enough. And we were on a walk and we had a mission, we were going somewhere, but we had to stop. He's 2 years old, he's a tiny, adorable dictator. There are no alternatives. We will walk through this puddle. This is what we're doing now. And we had a great time and a glorious time. And it's just such a joy to raise such an adorable, delightful boy and to learn from him about the joys of things like mud. So coming close to the end now, I've got a few lessons to share with you. And the first is, how do we do more of this work and how do we do it better? Relate with love and care and resource that relating. We need resources to have time for slow relationship building in research and in teaching. Build relational and reflective competencies. We're very good in the university at building scientific, technical competencies, academic competencies, but we need to build relational and reflective competencies if our students are to face up to the mess of the world and be part of addressing it. And we also need to find ways to assess this. That's a whole big question, the turtle friends. Let's go there. We need to practice staying in the mud, as hard as it is. And yes, it can be fun, especially if Jonah's there, but if he's not there, you need to stay in the mud, and doing it together and with your gumboots on is probably the best way. We need to cultivate a TD, transdisciplinary way of being with others in community of practice. This is a new way of being academics and scientists. It's not the way it's not the way we've been taught, not the way I was taught in my undergrad, and so we need to do it together with others to figure it out and to not feel lonely and overwhelmed. And then we need to nurture reflective practice as the lifeblood of engaged work in higher education. I'm going to close off with two quite big questions. So, how can engaged research and teaching in higher education play an impactful role in contributing to the public good? Well, that's a big question that this conference, I think, is also grappling with. For me, there are at least 3 ways. There are many other ways, but we need to effectively incentivize and resource engaged teaching and research. And to me, this means no longer counting how many papers people publish, how many students we graduate, but looking at the quality of our education. Are we providing students with a transformative education that prepares them for the polycrisis of the world that we're living in? We need to think carefully about who gets awards and who doesn't. Who benefits and who doesn't. I'm here because I'm a permanent employed staff member, academic staff member. There is a lot of invisible work going on in our universities that is not being recognized and not being awarded. The support staff, the precariously employed people on contracts, they can't get awards. There's something wrong with that. We need to treat students and community partners as respected knowers. Us academics, the doctors, the profs, yes, we know some things, but our students and our partners also know a lot, and we need to treat that knowledge with respect and engage meaningfully with it. And on that note, lest you think I'm not going to practice what I preach, I would like to now open this question to the audience. And in particular, I'd like to ask the community partners who are in the audience for their thoughts on how can engaged research and teaching in higher education play an impactful role in contributing to the public good. Anybody want to contribute, offer a suggestion from your experiences, your ideas, while I have a drinks break? It's quite hard to see with this spotlight. Awkward, yeah. This is where the students who are asked to prepare are ready. Yes, they're ready. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Matsubane, please stand up and share your thoughts with us. Thank you. This is Matsubane Malabacha. He's one of our honors and environmental science students. Thank you, Matsubane. Thank you so much, Matsubane. It's really good to hear your voice in the room. Thank you. I wish you had a mic as well. Anybody else like to contribute? Yes, Philip, thank you. This Philip Mechanic is one of our river rescue heroes and also an academic but a community member as well, so thank you, Philip.
One of the things in academia is we tend to measure things by outputs that are standardized units like publishing, students graduating and so on. If we really want community engagement to be more than just another output, should we not be getting the community members who are the beneficiaries to define what the measure of merit is?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Philip. That's a great suggestion. Nicola, thank you.
Just love to know what the community's view of their own river, what their own river. Communities who live close to the river, what are their views about it? And how do they respond and contribute to the kids engaging and creating more fun?
And I find myself saying, you know, how does one share our knowledge with them about rivers needing to flow, and how do we get, you know, how do we learn from them what is their knowledge of the river? those are just questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. I'd like to come back to your question at the end when we're going to have a little Q&A session, if I may, Nicola, thanks. And if I forget, please can someone out of the 100 people in the room remind me? Thank you. We are almost at the end. So, a last big question I have. How do we maintain hope and strive for the public good when we are knee-deep in mud and waste and despair? Well, hopefully I've shown my experience, our experiences in partnerships is that we show up, we don't look away, we act in small ways, even if we're unsure. We reflect and learn together. So now it's over to you. We're going to reflect and learn together now to close this off. Everybody should have a piece of paper in front of them and a pen. If you don't, please raise your hand and my able student assistants will follow up where the gaps are. We're going to write a paired poem. So does everyone have a paper and a pen? You need a paper and a pen. The next thing you need is a partner. Community partnerships, partnering. You thought you were on your own in this lecture? No, no, no. So make sure you find a partner. Even if you need to move your chair or stand up, you need a partner. And for those listening into the live stream, there's a rumble in the room as people find their partners. And pens and papers. So, is everyone sorted with pen and paper and partners, the 3 Ps? Public-private partnerships, just kidding. So, this is how it's going to go. This is your guiding question. We're just trying to make sense of what I shared here. I would like you to walk away with something that you've taken from it, I hope. So, what has stood out for you in the lecture so far? What might I take with me into my own practice in work or life? This is the guiding question, and this is how we're going to do it. You're going to write a paired poem, and you're going to swap over papers at every line in the poem. I'll guide you through it, don't worry. Okay. So, write one word, the first line of the poem. One word that captures some of what you've gained from today. The first line of your poem is one word. Everybody write your first word. And you're going to do this quietly and not communicate verbally with your partner. It's a silent, paired poem. I should have put that up. So you've all got one word. Okay, now swap papers. And now you're going to write the second line of the poem. Remember, no verbal communication with your partner. Up to you. What are the next 2 words that come to mind for you? The second line of your poem. 2 words. Just 2 words on the second line of the poem. Sorry, I should have highlighted that. That's the structure of the poem over there on the left. Sorry, oopsie. Thank you for raising my attention to this. So your poem is going to have 5 lines. The first line has 1 word, so you can put 1 line. The second line has 2 words. The third line has 3 words. The fourth line has 2 words. And the last line has 1 word. So maybe just add those lines onto the paper that's in front of you for now, just to give the template. Sorry about that important step that I skipped. Okay, so now you should be able to write your second line, 2 words. And then you can swap back. No talking to your partner. Now you write the third line of your poem, 3 words. So the fourth line of your poem, 2 words. Okay, some are on the third line still, that's fine. Some have gone to the fourth line. Let's all pause once we've got to the fourth line. Make sure you swap between line 3 and 4. Okay, are we all on line 4? 2 words on line 4. Still some swapping going on. All right, now we swap for the last time to line 5, the last line of the poem, 1 word. Okay. Take your time. I'll stop now. Okay, are we done? Do we need a bit more time? More time? This is not your life's work, it's just a small poem. It could be your life's work though, I suppose. Knowledge emerges in all kinds of funny places. Okay, so now take a moment to read your poem to yourself or your partner and have a little laugh. And then I'd like to hear 2 or 3 at least poems from the floor. Whoever's brave enough to share their poem with the audience. I would love to hear some of your poems. So if you feel brave enough, put your hand up and then we'll get the mics coming around to capture the poems. Yes, is that a hand over there? Thank you. There's a hand. Can we get a mic there, please? And then there's another one. Thank you. Yay, I'm excited to hear the poems. Okay, there's the first poem. Off we go.
Hi everyone. Reflecting and feeling, engaging, learning, teaching, growing, growing, trusting.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There's another one over there at the right at the back. Thank you. The blue top.
Hello, there we go. Ours ended up sounding like a slogan for River Rescue, so maybe just consider it. Hope we all stay in mud, together we care.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And then I think we had 2 over here. Okay, there's a mic here on this side. Thank you. Let's have 2 more from the side of the room. Can we be quiet, please? Thank you. Oh, the mic's not on.
Love is mud, messy and gushy, but so good.
Okay, we have a last one from Philip. Thanks, Philip. Oh, Mum wants to have one. She gets a special chance. Philip and then Mum. Okay, thanks, Philip.
Stench, movement, sound. Make us think. What next? Now.
Thank you, Philip. And then Mum, thank you. She always has the last word. I love it. No pressure. Now you know how I felt all evening.
Enough. Community involvement, fun, warmth, caring, knee-deep, enough.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you. So here's my poem. Practice, respect, reflect. Togetherness, warmth, fun. Lifeblood, enough, mud. And Jonah. Thank you so much, everybody. I know Joe's eager to send me off the stage. I'd like to take 2 or 3 questions, if I may, please, Joe. And I want to start with Nicola's. Nicola's asking about how does the community feel about the river. So we have Zolega's Honours looked into this. She spoke to the elders who live along the river and collected their stories of what it's been like to live along that river for decades and see it degrade in the way that it has. And her results were quite heartbreaking, actually, where people have initially as children and young adults this very positive relationship with the river, playing and connecting meaningfully, having spiritual processes carrying out in the river, to most people now seeing the river as a rubbish ditch And that is what it is. And as much as the children are playing it, they probably shouldn't be because it's filthy and dangerous. So that's a little bit of what's come out in our research. There's lots more to say, but that's just a little snippet. May I take maybe 2 more questions or comments? Yes, thank you. Of course, Helen. Watch out for a quotable quote, everyone. Yes.
That interview with the woman, she ended by saying, but when we got taps in our houses, we forgot about the rivers.
Yeah.
And that break in connection, I think, splits us from our entire environment, and was one of the saddest things I'd ever heard.
Thank you, Helen. Another question or 2? I've heard this conference audience has been so responsive today. You may be all done out. Sheila, thank you.
Very interesting to hear from the elders, but you were playing with children, and I work in education, and they are the future, so what do they say?
Thank you. That is what Markin is going to do with his masters this year. We are going to involve the children in the research and play with them and hear what they say. So watch the space. Thank you. We can obviously answer without research, but that's my researcher hat answer. Thanks, Sheila. A last one before you all go home and have your dinner or sleep or feed your babies. No? Going once, going twice. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Thanks. Can we have a mic? Or do you want to just have a okay. Can we have a mic? Mic, please.
Well, thank you very much, Jess, for that lovely. Can you hear me? Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening to celebrate and just acknowledge the hard work that Jess has contributed to her academic life here at Rhodes, being involved not only in research and teaching but also in the community. So we have a lot to learn from her. And I want to say thanks, Jess, for opening up your thoughts and emotions for us. That was very nice of you to let us in, and so that we can feel what you feel. And with that, I'd like to give you a small token of our appreciation. Thank you very much. And can I just say to those that are participating in the Community Engagement Conference, thank you for staying on so late, and have a wonderful evening for the rest of the night. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you for sharing.